Hello,
Hello.
guys.
Good afternoon,
Hello,
everyone.
good afternoon, everyone. Hi, partner.
Welcome. Hi, partner. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. So,
Uh,
guys, welcome to day
Day
two,
two.
DevFest 2020.
Mhm. Okay,
Okay,
so
guys, I'm Rosel from GDG Baguio, one of your hosts for this afternoon.
and I'm Eliza from GDG Cagayan de Oro, your co-host for today.
Okay. So, yeah, guys, by the way, we have a change in the agenda. So, you could
Mhm.
check out for day 2, I mean. You could check that out in the different GDG Philippines page, Facebook,
Page.
and then GDG Cebu, I think they've shared it as well. So, it's pinned in the pages so you could see the changes in the agenda. Okay? So, check that out.
Okay, and then for today, we'll be giving away another Google Home Mini if you send over your feedback for the event. So stay tuned for that. So it would be later on in the event. So just keep your feedback in, just enjoy the show for now or the event for now, and then get a chance to win your very own Google Home Mini. So next, don't forget our photo booth social media contest. So take a photo using our virtual photo booth there on the screen, and then give us your most creative caption by sharing it on your Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, and LinkedIn with the hashtags hashtag DevFest Philippines 2020, hashtag Google Developers, and then hashtag DevFest. So
Yeah.
you'll get to win one gift bundle, three Awangan Grip coffee bags, grab vouchers, and then a virtual photo booth package courtesy of MVN Photo Studio.
Okay. So also guys, don't forget to join us in a different links that we have. Can you show the different links, guys? Okay. Join our Slack community. Okay. So as you can see, the link is already shown in your screen. So join us in that community, in our Slack community. Also, we will have a virtual party this afternoon after this event. So you could join us there, guys. Can we show the link? Okay, so let's celebrate after this event. Join us in the party at bit.ly/devfestph party. So see you there after this event. But for now, let's enjoy what we have or what's lined up for today because this track is really well, I'm excited for this track. How about you,
Mhm.
partner? Are
Yeah.
you excited for
Yes,
this
as
track?
well. I'm very excited as well, partner.
Yeah, because this track actually is women in tech
Mhm.
track breakout session. So we have a lot of great talks lined up for you this afternoon. So I hope you guys stay with us and enjoy learning. Yeah, it's Sunday, I know, and I commend everybody for choosing to
Mhm.
learn in and
Yeah,
be productive for this day, right?
we'd like to thank everyone for spending your Sunday afternoon with us.
Yes.
Yes.
So okay,
Okay.
I I can
Without
see.
further ado, so I'll turn over the floor to my partner for the introduction of our first speaker. See you later, partner.
See you. Okay. Okay, hello guys, I'm back. So thank you guys again for joining us this afternoon. So this track actually is Women in Tech Breakout Session track. So I would just like to share with you that Women Tech Makers is a Google's program that is meant to strengthen the women workforce and dismantle gender barriers in the fields of technology. So with this in mind, the WTM communities in the Philippines also works on promoting and providing diversity, inclusion, and platform for underrepresented groups such as women tech makers, such as women tech makers spotlight, webinars, sessions, and inspirational and motivational posts. So you could find out more about WTM communities on Facebook. Actually, in the Philippines, we have WTM Manila, Zamboanga, Baguio, Cagayan de Oro, so to name a few. So, guys, if you're interested with the community, you could check their Facebook pages, and you could just search Women Tech Makers and then the chapters. You could see it on Facebook. So, there. Okay, to start off this session, allow me to introduce our next speaker. So she's a registered nurse turned UX designer. So despite of being new in this software development world, she already won 5 awards. Wow, right? From hackathons sponsored by Microsoft, Facebook, Samsung, and she was also chosen to represent the Philippines in the 2016 Global Entrepreneurship Summit held in Stanford University, hosted by the former President Barack Obama. So outside of work, she likes doing nature and wildlife photography, Marie Kondoing anything, and experimenting with wholesome and semi-wholesome stuff. She also considers herself as an introverted kalog and loves to find the funny side of everything. So to give us a talk on contemplate, connect, create, how diverse experience helped me as a UX career shifter, let's welcome Miss Chiki Panty Furman.
Hello, guys. Thank you for spending your precious time with me today. And it's an honor to be invited to speak and be part of this Women Tech Makers breakout group. So let me start my talk with a little story. So in 2011, sorry, I didn't realize I was still on mute. Let me backtrack. All right. Hello, guys. Again, I'm Chiki, and I'm really thankful that you are spending your precious time with me. And I'm really honored to be invited to speak in this Women in Tech Makers group. So let me start my talk with a little story about me. So in 2011, I landed in Kuwait to work as a nurse. So at that time, I was actually the envy of my peers because I just recently graduated and I was already offered a work overseas. In my contract, it was stated there that I'd be paid almost 5 times compared to a regular nurse's salary here in the Philippines. I have food allowance, I have housing allowance. And in Kuwait, there was no personal income tax. So basically, if I do earn, I get to keep the full amount of my salary. And then fast forward 3 months into working, basically my employer didn't honor our contract. So for the first 3 months, I didn't have food allowance, I didn't have housing allowance, and I wasn't paid for the first 3 months that I was in Kuwait. Imagine that. And to make matters worse, she or my employer also held on to my passport. So even if I wanted to go back to the Philippines, I couldn't. And kind of like the cherry, it's not a cherry, but to top it all, my boyfriend at that time, who was based in the Philippines, actually died of leukemia. So imagine that in the first 3 months, all of those happened. And that was really like a really, really low point in my life. I don't know if you've experienced this wherein you are kind of like you're not like you're not gonna commit suicide, but if somebody kills you or you get into a fatal accident, you'll be fine with it. Like that's how hopeless I felt at that time. And I started questioning God. That was like my first reaction. I started questioning God, like, why me? I worked my butt off. I was an achiever in school. I aced all my exams. I even went through the whole legal process of applying for work overseas. Like, why me? What did I do wrong? And in my head, I said, I did everything right. But the more I introspect, yes, I did everything right, but did I actually do the right things? That was the question that I have in mind. So that led me to months of, again, introspection. And that was 2011. October of that year, Steve Jobs died. And I remember for the first time seeing his speech at Stanford University. And one line that really stood out for me was this: you can't connect the dots looking forward, you can only connect them backwards. So, fast forward 8 years later, last year in 2019, I actually got my first recognition as a UX designer. And that is what I want to share with you today, um, to share my journey to UX. Um, Before I continue, I want to share a bit of a disclaimer, advice disclaimer. So I actually got this from somebody in the tech industry. He's actually a co-founder of Figma. It's Dylan Field, and Dylan said he got this advice too when he was first starting out. He said, when somebody gives you advice, they're giving themselves advice in your shoes. So what I got from that is like, always filter advice. Everyone, including me, is um, prone to bias. So always practice healthy skepticism. All right, let's move on. All right. So if there's one concept I want you to take from my talk, this would be it. The three C's. So what are the three C's? It's part of the title of the talk. It's contemplate, connect, and create. So let's first talk about the first C, contemplate. So contemplate basically is getting to really know yourself. On Beyonce's documentary, she said there, you have to fight yourself in order to find yourself. I think that's really powerful. And one thing to contemplate about is really getting to know your why. Why are you doing things? What drives you? Why you want to succeed? So for me, it didn't really come right away. It took me almost 2 years to finally figure out what's my big why. And that was to be the best ate in the world, the best sister in the world. I love my siblings dearly. Both of our parents work overseas when we were growing up. So my siblings were my source of strength and also my source of happiness. And I just really want to give back to them, in a way, like supporting them or guiding them. I was also put in a special position in life wherein I was the eldest female cousin in my mom's side of the family. And I was also the eldest among my childhood friends. And I'm a big believer that nothing happens as a coincidence, everything happens for a reason. And I feel like the reason I was put in that position in life is because I have the responsibility to guide and kind of like set the path for kind of like the younger generations, which are again my siblings, um, my cousins, and my younger friends. So you might be thinking now, like, Chiki, what's like the practical application of your advice in the tech world or in my transition to UX or just career transition in general? The practical application of this is when you're shifting careers, it's really hard. Like it's easy to get discouraged if you don't know why you're doing it. So with me, when I feel like quitting, I always go back to the reason why I started. And when I started to shift to UX, I actually have multiple reasons why. But the top reason of that is, again, going back to my big why of being the best ate in the world. I wanted, I know, coming from having been raised by Filipino parents, having been raised around the Filipino culture, I know and I can predict that the younger generation, my cousins that are still in the Philippines, my friends that are still in the Philippines, they are probably going through or will go through the same social pressure and family pressure that I went through. And I want to show them that even if, say, for example, you weren't able to resist the pressure when you were younger, you could still change your path along the way. So I want to show them that it's possible to switch later on and actually succeed to it, or succeed in it. So the next point about on contemplation is challenging your beliefs. So as Filipinos, it's really hard for us to question authority. It's deeply ingrained in our culture to obey and respect our elders. And I think again, there's always a healthy balance between things. For me, what's wrong with obedience is blind obedience, when you're just following and not critically thinking if what they're saying or what the other people are saying actually makes sense to you. So I had to um, I want you to, I encourage you to question, where did your beliefs come from, who gave them to you, what was the reason for giving them to you, what was the context behind that reasoning. So for example, in my case, I was made to believe that nursing is like the safest way for a Filipino female like me who came from a low middle class family to succeed career wise. And the people that gave that to me are mostly my parents and my relatives or friends who are or have nurse relatives outside of the Philippines that actually succeeded. And I was thinking, like, what was the context behind that advice or that belief that my parents have? In a way, it was true during their era, because during their era there was no internet, so the opportunities are very limited based on your location. So now that internet is here, that doesn't really apply anymore. So that's why we have to challenge our beliefs. Another belief that I had to challenge early on was working overseas, or just this whole idea of loving anything foreign. Like, again, working overseas, loving, or just being fascinated, or it's okay to be fascinated, but to think that foreign things or foreign countries or foreign people are better than Filipino people or the Philippines as a country. I really need to challenge that, because I've traveled and live in different countries already, and I never found that to be true. I'm not saying that Filipinos are like more than or better than other nationalities or other countries, but what I'm saying is that we are just equal. Every nationality, every country have their weaknesses and strengths, and as Filipinos, I think it's also really deeply ingrained in us because of the whole colonialism that went on in our country. So we really have to start questioning: is it really true? Another thing was another belief that I need to challenge was the concept of more money equals more success. We all have different definitions of success. Like, yes, for some people it could be money, but it could also be time freedom. It could be the freedom to pursue what you're passionate about, good health, great relationships. Like, all of those could be definitions of success, and it's only you that really could define what is your own definition of success. The next belief is more money equals more happiness. Again, I've been to a lot of countries. I've met so many people. Like, I live in Vietnam. I live in Kuwait. Now I'm here in US, and I've met millionaires. Like, not a lot, but I've met millionaires, and I've met miserable millionaires in the process. And again, that tells me that your money doesn't really equate to happiness. Like, as Filipinos, we're known in the world to be economically poor, but we're also known to be the happiest people on earth. So, like, that alone tells me, like, money it doesn't equate. Yes, there's just enough money that to not make you miserable. You have to have that enough, like, safety to not be miserable. But after that, it it doesn't really matter anymore. And I think I need to also point this out. There are two beliefs that are related more to women that I also had to kind of like challenge for myself, and I encourage you to challenge it as well. This is the belief of, like, the definition of beauty. Like, is it really the color of the skin? Is it how high your nose is? Is it having perfect set of teeth? Or is it is it more on the character? Is it intellect? Like I really had to challenge that belief, and also the belief of motherhood. So is it really true that the essence of a woman is being a mother? And is motherhood only limited to mothering your own offsprings? What what if you just want to become the best tita or the best ninang, or how about being a good mentor to youth groups? Like, will that be considered motherhood? So again, the practical use of this type of thinking of challenging your beliefs is one. With me, when I was transitioning, I had to ask: is traditional education the way to go, or is it the non-traditional way of education, like boot camps and vocational schools, or just self-studying? Another practical use is when you're applying to jobs. Like one of I actually got an advice from a career coach of just blasting out my resumes to all of the job postings I see. um, but I had to challenge that too, because like, what if that's not my goal? What if I don't want to work in a company that I don't have I, I'm not passionate about? So I had to challenge that. Is it better to instead focus my efforts in networking and joining hackathons and targeted application? With me, it made more sense to do the latter, the networking and hackathons, because one, I was new in US too when I was doing my UX. So like, not only will I build like a professional network with networking, and I also could build my own personal networks and just having friends. Um, so yeah. Next is this is a quote that I really love, and it says, "Watch your thoughts; they become your words. Watch your words; they become your actions. Watch your actions; they become your habits. And watch your habits; they become your character. And watch your character becomes your destiny." So that's just shows how powerful the power of thought is. So it has a domino effect in your life. So another part of the contemplating part is calculating your risk. Again, when transitioning to a different career, you have to um, think about these three things: time, money, and effort. One, time. Do I really have the time to do this? If I don't have the time to do this, what am I willing to sacrifice to achieve the time that I needed to accomplish this? With me, it was mostly nursing, social media browsing, travel, and motherhood. So with nursing, I had to forego practicing nursing because I really want to focus all my energy in studying UX. With social media browsing, I had like I don't get addicted with posting, but with commenting and liking my friends' posts, I feel guilty when I don't like their posts. So but when I do that, I tend they would also like, hey, message me or like, how are you doing? And if I'm not feeling it or I don't have the time to really chit chat, it made me feel guilty. So what I did to really focus on um, staying on track with my social media browsing limits, every time I'm tempted to post or comment into a post, I would always ask myself, in a year's time, would my post or my comment matter? So if the answer is no, I don't post it. I don't comment. So when it comes to motherhood, it's also when you're trying to figure out about again transitioning or doing anything big in your life, you have to ask: will I and my spouse be happy to postpone this? Like, can I afford to postpone this? So those are the things you want to ask yourself. Another thing was money. So you have to assess, you have to calculate your risk. Do I have enough emergency savings that I can sacrifice not earning money for the next 3 months or 6 months or 2 years or whatever? Where can I get additional funds to fund my transition? Do I apply for scholarships? Do I do side gigs? Do I do X deals? The third thing is effort. The thing that I'm transitioning to, would I really enjoy this? Is this something aligned with my strengths and my passion? With me, UX was a clear winner because I love organizing. Again, as I said, I could be very well be Marie Kondo. I love psychology. Psychology was my favorite subject in nursing. I love photography. I was doing photography longer than I was doing nursing, and I like the business side of things. So it all of my strengths and my passion aligned with kind of like the building block of a good UX designer. So what's the practical use again with calculated risk? Again, as I've said, when you're transitioning to a career, you have to define your risk with time, with money, and effort. With time, do you want to work full time, part time contract, volunteer work? For money, if you can't earn the money that you need to pay for your, say, basic necessities, are there other people in your life that could carry the burden, like your spouse or something? And then effort, what type of effort you want to put into either studying or doing side gigs? Can you do a part-time employment, or can you only do a consulting type of work? So just to recap, the we already that's the contemplate part, and now we move on to connect, the second C. So let me know on the comments if you've read or heard of any of these quotes. So you become like the 5 people you spend the most time with. Second, you're the product of your environment. Surround yourself with the best. Third, people inspire you or they will drain you. Pick them wisely. So, as human beings, we have the need to belong. It's ingrained in all of us. As human evolve, belonging to a tribe means survival. So back in prehistoric times, if you're alone, foraging for food, and a tiger attacks you, you don't have a way to survive, or your survival is very limited. That's why as humans we evolve as belonging to a group, and this had also been observed by Maslow's and also by behavioral economists. So the first point I wanna point out with connect is connecting with people. Again, the purpose of connecting with people is create a sense of safety and security and the feeling of being loved and accepted. So when you do that, choose people wisely. So choose quality people. And when I say quality, I'm not referring to people with money or fame. When I say quality, I mean authentic people who supports you and push you to be better, and people who are also who could be honest and critical of you when you want, or when you need to see the ugly truth. So I personally have a set of friends that are mostly optimistic and likes to talk about ideas and the possibilities. And I have another set of friends that are mostly pessimistic and likes to gossip about people. So when I can call the shots on who I want to spend my time with, I always go for the first group of people. So this goes with your same with your when you're choosing a partner in life, or with choosing which family member you want to be around with. Like you really have to protect your mental state. So when people are negative, learn to set boundaries. So this is a quote that I actually made that I gave my sister and my younger friends and cousins. So I said, if you're going to be peer pressured, choose good peers so you'll be pressured to do the right things. So again, peer pressure is real, and not only that, like social osmosis is real too. Like you get, even if they're not really pressuring you, just the thought that um, you belong to a group of good quality people, it kind of makes you want to be a good quality person as well. Excuse me. And another benefit of connecting with people is learning what to do and what not to do. So examples of networking activities are networking events like this one, joining on online groups, joining alumni associations, church, volunteer work again. And again, what's the practical usage of connecting with people. One, as I've said earlier, is just overall motivation. Two, finding work. All of my all of the work that I've recently had all came from networking, either through hackathons or attending meetups. All of them came from networking. Third is getting UX research participants. So as a UX designer, one of the hardest things you're gonna encounter is finding willing participants to answer your surveys or interviews without being paid. So the more you have, the more friends you have, the better of you finding these people who will be willing to do that for you. So second point, connecting the dots. So not only is connecting with people important, connecting the dots is important too, which connecting the dots basically is identifying patterns. As like what Steve just said, you can't connect the dots looking forward. You can only do it backwards. So what you want, what you like in life, what you don't like in life, what's beneficial to you, what isn't. So later at the end of the presentation, I will discuss how I was able to do it in my personal life, but for practical use in the UX world, connecting the dots is basically identifying user behavior using behavioral patterns. So, like the our keynote speaker for a while ago said, the better your underlying data is, the better your design will be. So the third C. So we're done with the first C, contemplate. We're done with connect, and now we're moving on to the third C, which is create. So Einstein famously said, nothing happens until something moves. Again, let that sink in. Nothing happens until something moves. So Einstein is actually not the first one to say this. It's a restatement of Newton's first law of motion, which is inertia. So an object at rest stays at rest, and an object in motion stays in motion with the same speed and same direction unless acted upon by an unbalanced force. So in simplistic terms, it just says do it. Do something, start something. And it doesn't have to be a big thing. Start with something small, like this, joining a virtual conference. That's already a thing that it's already starting something. Plant a green onion or a pet shy. Fix your bed, wear a different hairstyle. With me, one of the silly things I tried before that kind of like roll over to me trying other things is actually wearing clothes in a different way. So you know how if you're wearing a shirt, you typically put your head first and then your arms next. And then there's this one time, because I used to have really long hair. Then there's this one time I have my hair wrapped around in like a towel after shower. And I just like thinking, is there a better way to wear my shirt? Basically, actually a tank top without having to remove my towel. So I started thinking, I'm a very petite woman, so like my hips are almost the same size as my chest part. It's like maybe I could wear my tank top from bottom up, so I would wear it almost like wearing pants. I would wear it from through my feet and then pull it up onto my shoulders, and then I slide my arms out. And that actually led me to thinking of other ways I could wear other articles of clothing, like a maxi skirt. I learned how to use it as a mini dress by just pulling it up all the way to my chest and then just putting a belt around the waistband. And when I travel, it's really helpful because I don't have to bring so many different types of garments and still have like a variety of things to wear. So again, those are just some benefits of creating or doing something. And here are also the ways or benefits of doing that. As I've said, you already see things differently. So when you see things differently, you see opportunities that you don't typically see or you haven't seen before. As Pinoys, we're known to be we're known for our ingenuity and resourcefulness, and they said necessity breeds ingenuity, which I agree, and I can personally attest to that. And here are some of the examples of Filipino ingenuity that I recently found and had been one of my favorites. So this one, it's a makeshift bike in Guimaras or from Guimaras. I was just thinking maybe when the inventor of this was making it or before making it, he was like looking at a spare of wood in his backyard and some mismatched wheels from old bikes and thinking, maybe I only need chain and gears and I could make a bike out of this. And then another one, it's a refrigerator boat in Leyte. So again, in my head, I was thinking the inventor was contemplating, well, fridge are basically a sophisticated styrofoam box. And what does styrofoam do? They float. So there you go, you have a boat. And then you probably heard of her and her invention, sorry. It's called salt lamp. And the inventor is Isa Mihano. She's a female engineer who created the salt-powered lamp with her brother. Again, it's more complicated than that, but basically, when I was thinking how she came up with this idea of building it, I was like, maybe she was thinking, salt is an electrolyte. Electrolyte conduct and produce electricity. And what does Philippines have in abundance? Salt water. So there. And then next thing is when you start creating things or doing things differently, you started to see patterns. So like again, in this case, I was just thinking, maybe when they first created the salt lamp, they thought, oh, electricity can power a lamp. Therefore, electricity can power a cell phone. And recently, I was able to use this seeing patterns effect of creating and doing things through explaining to my business development people in my team how is coding or what is design frameworks. So because our dev team have a hard time explaining to them, so I have to come up with ideas on how to make them appreciate design frameworks. So I basically told them, so a design framework is kind of like a cake mix. Coding from scratch is kind of like buying everything in the market, buying all the ingredients yourself, measuring them yourself, and then mixing them all up. But having a framework is kind of like having a cake mix. Everything is already there. You just have to, again, do the cooking and putting, customizing it. But like the base is already there, and that really helped them understood why having a design framework is important. And so the last benefit that I would talk about regarding creating and doing stuff is that one thing leads to another. So it's either by luck or by choice. Again, nothing is 100% controllable, and progress doesn't work in a straight line. But once you put effort into it, there's more predictability, and in your heart, you'll feel less regrets because you know that you've done your best, and whatever happens is something already out of your control. So those are the 3 C's: contemplate, connect, and create. But I just want to iterate that this is not a step-by-step process. Everyone has different circumstances and ways of learning, and some might learn more by doing first, some might learn more by watching others first, or some would learn more by just doing it themselves, thinking on their own how to solve problems. But at the end of the day, what's important is you embrace your uniqueness. Again, all of us are very different. So as long as you embrace your uniqueness, you'll be fine. So at this point, you're probably like thinking, so what or how did your Kuwait experience end up? Remember, I was at that stage where my employer wasn't paying me, and then I saw this Steve Jobs video. So basically what I did was I wrote a letter to the legal column of the biggest newspaper, or one of the biggest newspaper in Kuwait, to ask for advice. My intention was I was just gonna ask advice to know if what I'm experiencing is, or what my employer is doing to me is legal. When they responded and they confirmed that it was illegal, it gave me the confidence to fight back. So yeah, I decided to fight back. My original intention was just to get the money that my employer owes me. But the unintended effect of fighting back was that my contract was cut short, and I was actually sent back to the Philippines, paid for by my employer. So it was really funny. It was the eve of New Year of 2012. So like when the year was switching from 2011 to 2012, I was falling in line in the airport to go back to the Philippines. And another unintended effect of fighting back also is I got the chance to start a new life quicker, or sooner than later. So when I came back to the Philippines, I joined a business group, and I also got into sales and marketing job for my full time work. So when I got into this job and group, my only thinking initially was to just earn money and learn business on the side. So if my full time work doesn't work, I have another thing to fall back on. But the unintended effect of that is that I was able to hone my people skills, and I got to meet many other highly motivated, highly inspirational people along the way. And that's also how I met my husband, who introduced me to travel. So I met my husband, or when I met my husband and started traveling around the Philippines, the only intention, my initial intention was just to learn other cultures, and for him possibly to be my business partner if I decided to go into business later on. So it was kind of like uh, very strategic. Just to give you a background, my husband is like he's very well traveled. He's from a different country, and he's also from a different religion. So I like mental simulation, and when I found him, I was like, oh, he's a good way to like kind of like give me the mental simulation I need. So the unintended effect of meeting my husband and traveling around Philippines is that I developed the confidence for spontaneous travel, and also it gave me the confidence to live or travel again overseas, because after Kuwait I got really scared to go out of the country. I feel like the world is such an unsafe place for me. So after that, we then lived in Vietnam, and then we traveled around Southeast Asia. The initial intention for doing so is to start an English language school, because like most Vietnamese couldn't really or don't have a good command in English. So both, because I can do it and my husband can do it too, or he was my boyfriend at that time. We were thinking maybe we could set up our own language school. And also mostly for leisure. I just really want to explore the world, and having somebody beside me who knows what he's doing is helpful. But the unintended effect of living overseas and traveling around different countries is that I saw other possibilities for me, for my career. I saw different or other possibilities of places I could live. And also, I I started formulating business ideas that either existing in other countries that haven't been brought into the Philippines, or in my case, I thought of a business idea that is catered to overseas Filipinos because of the amount of Filipinos I've met through my travels. So then I formulated a business plan catered to overseas Filipinos, and it was good timing because at that time, there was like a global entrepreneurship summit open application, and I said, when I applied to that, my two intentions was to validate my business idea and to use that as a way to visit US because it was held in Stanford. I have my family here in US during that time, so and I haven't seen them in a while, so I wanted to use that as a way to visit them. But the unintended effect of that, again, it was held in Silicon Valley, and most of the people that delivered their talks are from the big tech companies in Silicon Valley, and it really hit me. The realization of software is eating the world really hit me hard because of that. So then I moved to US, got married, moved to US, and attended and volunteered at tech meetups. So again, my intention was to practice nursing while figuring out what software career I would transition to. The unintended effect of that is because of all the meetups I attended, I found out about UX design. I've never heard of UX design prior to 2017. So I decided to jump into study mode and studied UX design full time. And lastly, joining hackathons. So I joined hackathons and I also kept networking with people. So my intention with that is find people who would be willing to create a live project with me. So it was actually because of an early interview with a Facebook recruiter. She said for junior designers, they require them to have at least two live projects before they can get into Facebook. And I was like, I'm not that good enough with coding. I know I won't be able to ship a product on my own. So I started looking at hackathons to find people who might be willing to develop a product with me and hopefully ship it so I could put that in my resume. But the unintended effect of joining hackathons is I actually met or found my future bosses through these hackathons, either directly or indirectly. So some of them are my future bosses were um, uh, a mentor in one of the hackathons. Another one was a judge in one hackathon, and one was actually I met through networking. I attended like a startup network event, but because he saw I befriended him during the networking, and he saw on my LinkedIn that I've been winning hackathons. So he approached me and said, "Hey, do you want to work? Do you want to work for me?" So there, and the other the other unintended effect of winning hackathons is also exposure because of the awards I received. I started getting a lot of attention in LinkedIn mostly. And I am actually suspecting that the reason why I was invited to speak to this event right now is because of those hackathon wins that I had recently. So I wish I can actually tell you that it was a smooth ride, but it was actually it wasn't. And in between triumphs, there were more setbacks. So progress is never a straight line. In my case, I have multiple visa issues. I have income stability. I had relationship conflicts with my family health issues. I struggled with coding. I almost actually didn't finish my UX and front end development program on time. I failed a bunch of job applications. And then as I'm just starting my career, pandemic hits. So now it's very uncertain what's going to happen with me. But I think the biggest struggle that I had to go through and still going through is my internal personal battles. So the imposter syndrome is really big on me. Like even after winning all these awards, I still question is like, do I just get really lucky, or do I really have the chops to be a UX designer? Like I still battle with that. Like if I deserve what I have now, and if I can actually provide the work that's needed from a UX designer. So what I could say that is just keep pushing. This is what I tell myself to, and I wanna tell you too is just keep pushing. Enjoy the journey, and enjoy the journey, not just the destination, or better yet, enjoy the journey more than the destination. So this is my last slide, and this is what I wanna leave you with. This is my favorite quote from the 2016 Global Entrepreneurship Summit. And it's funny that it actually came from a Google founder. So this is said by, is it Sergey Brin or Sergey Brin? I'm not sure. He said, failure doesn't matter, nor does success. It's really the privilege to pursue your dreams that matters. So with that, again, thank you all for your time, and I hope you got something out of what I shared. Questions, comments, suggestions?
Okay. Thank you so much, Miss Chiki, for your talk. Grabe, I was so inspired with your journey that despite the challenges, there were a lot of challenges that you went through, but still, like you said earlier, you have to enjoy the journey. Not for You have to enjoy the journey more than the destination. So thank you so much for that. It's really, really inspiring. And I'm pretty sure that our participants as well, our viewers, also have a lot of questions. So let's start with the first one. Which one is better? High salary but toxic environment, or a peaceful environment but a low salary?
So again, this boils down. By the way, thank you for whoever sent that question. Again, it always boils down to your own risk. So as they're saying, there's like two different sets of like kind of like thoughts on this. Some said high salary, especially if you're young, do the high salary and toxic environment because you can emotionally take it more because you have less responsibilities at home. Like it's less more likely that you have your own kids or you have aging parents and stuff. And but some people said it's better to have peaceful environment at first so you don't get discouraged even if it's low salary. So then it really boils down to what you can take. That's why it's really important to contemplate, to really know your why. Because again, if you know your why, even if it's a toxic environment, you gonna keep pushing. Like if your why is like, hey, my parents need the money because my parents are sick. So even if it's a toxic environment, you're gonna pursue it because you need the money for it. So yeah, it really depends on your situation.
Okay. So it depends on your priorities
Or your
on which you prefer. Yeah. Okay, thank you for that. Next question is, what is the main challenge for someone who graduated from a non-tech degree to transition in the tech or UX or you design field?
For me, the main challenge is kind of like convincing people that you're in it for the good reasons. So now there's actually a lot of talk in LinkedIn about um, especially people who went to boot camps because like a lot of like senior designers are saying like people who went through boot camp are kind of like expecting to be paid right away with high salary without having to go through so much training. So in a way, you really have to prove that you didn't go to UX just because you want the high salary. You're in it for the good reason. So I think that's the main challenge.
Thank you. Next question. Do you have advice for someone who is looking for an opportunity in other countries? And is it too risky for someone who is starting in this industry?
So in this industry, let me just read the question again. Do you have advice for someone who is looking for an opportunity in other countries? Too risky for again. That's the beauty with tech because you can most of the time you can work remotely. So it kind of like not negate but lessen the chance of you being exploited by working or when you're working in other countries. So is it too risky? Again, it really depends on the risk that you could take. My risk might be different from your risk. So you really have to assess it on your own.
Okay. Thank you. Next question. What advice can you give to those introverts to try to network or connect with people?
This is actually this is really interesting because like before I started or before I found out about UX, I was actually going to networking events, say like three nights in a week. So like that's I did that for continuously 2 months. Like, and I've noticed like for introverts, the best thing I would advise is there there's always a group in introverts in the room. So the best thing is to just try and approach
Yeah.
the same introverts because you're
Yeah.
probably kind of like you know how they feel, and both of you would have the same kind of like at least somebody like somebody understands what I feel and knows how
The
intimidating this
same group
process
of
is.
introverts.
Yeah.
So it's nice to have, even though you're introvert, so most of the people have assumed that introverts like to be alone, but it's really nice to have like a group of introverts along with you in the
Yeah.
journey.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Next question. Having traveled and lived in many countries, was there ever a time you had trouble incorporating your designs and research due to cultural differences?
Yes. So I haven't really worked with a lot of projects from like in different countries. Mostly I'm just working on US based and Philippine based projects. But I could really see the difference or the what do you call this? The trouble of incorporating designs and research to due to the cultural difference. Let me just give you an example. So in my current project with the Philippines, we were thinking of incorporating a chatbot, and I was like thinking that will be, or somebody said it's gonna be really hard here because like we have different dialects. So like if say for example the uh what do you call this? If somebody, because in chatbots you kind of want to track to if they're if your users are going against the policy. So it's gonna be really hard for you to do that or just that chat option if somebody's using a different language and it's not part of the machine learning. Like if somebody start typing a Visayan word or Cebuano word, like how are you gonna do that? But in English you don't really have that, or in US you don't really have that problem because everyone speaks in English. So yeah, there's definitely problems with incorporating your designs and research. That's why research is really important. You just don't jump into like wireframing and designing. You really have to do research.
Research. Right, right. Okay, thank you. Next is being a creative or knowledgeable in design programs an advantage in being a UX designer.
It is in a way that you won't get intimidated with the the software. So for me, that was like the big advantage because I'm into photography and I've been doing using Photoshop again as longer actually than I was practicing nursing. So when I jumped to UX design, the tools that there were, that are asked of us to use weren't intimidating for me. So that part of design was an easy transition for me. So yeah, I would say it is an advantage.
Okay, nice. Next question. What advice can you give to people who have small resources but have big dreams?
Be creative. This is where you can actually use your creativity. So that was also my struggle before because like, as I've said, I didn't come from a well-to-do family. So I tried contacting like I was thinking like for example, I'm just gonna give an example. Say you don't have resource to like study in a boot camp or traditional education. Again, there's so many free online ways to to educate yourself. And one way is actually joining hackathons if you already have kind of like a working knowledge. There are hackathons, especially now because of the pandemic. The hackathons that were only available, say, to US are now available to everyone. So like I have one of the hackathons that I joined. The prices were actually around $4,000. So in just 2 days, you can actually earn that and use that for your other goals. So again, you really have to use your creativity when finding opportunities, especially if again you don't have resources. You might not have monetary resources, but you have your brain as a resource. So use that.
Okay. Thank you. So we have last question. What resources did you have in transitioning to the UX career? You have your personal resources.
Well, what do you mean resources? Like books or
Yeah,
can
books or webinars, or how did you improve your UX skills?
so I do a lot of YouTubes, mostly tutorials because I'm more of like I learn I learn by doing. So if I like
Mm-hmm.
when I'm designing, I first actually I try to do it on my own first. If I can't do it on my own, then I switch to like YouTube. And my last I would say books. Like still use them, but for me they're
Mm-hmm.
not that effective because I easily fall asleep when I read books. So this is the reason why you really have to know your strengths, because that's when you know what is more effective to you as a resource when you're transitioning to UX career or any type of career, really.
So it pays to be really resourceful since the
Yep.
internet is also available for resources as well for everyone. Yeah. Okay. So that's the last of our questions. Thank you so much for joining us today.
Okay. Again, thank you, Miss Shiki, for the Q&A, the answers for your question. So, for those guys that are registered in the I Am Remarkable um activity today, because we have two activities for parallel activities for this next session. So, can you guys go to the I Am Remarkable link that was sent to you guys and join the event there. I mean the session there. So, okay. I think um we are ready for the next speaker. Yeah, okay. Let me introduce to you our next speaker. So, our next speaker is a graduate of Doctor in Information Technology at Technological Institute of the Philippines. So, currently, she is the team lead of animation and game design under IT department at FEU Institute of Technology Philippines. She is also involved in different project-based design and development as a business analyst. She published and presented multiple researches under blockchain technology, cryptography, security, and consensus protocol. Innovative technology for game design and software development on international conferences. So, to give us a talk on game design essentials, let's welcome Maria Rona Perez.
Hi everyone. So I'm here to talk about game design essentials. Most fields of study have been around for thousands of years. However, game design has been studied for not much more than 10. And we do not have a vast body of work to draw upon compared to those in most other arts and sciences. On the other hand, we are lucky because within the past few years, we have finally reached what I see as the game era. So for my slides, okay, I'm just as excited as this whole process as anyone else. So let me say I appreciate your time and will do my best to make your time spent on this worthwhile. So this presentation will be divided roughly into four parts, and the first half of it will focus on the traits of game designer and the vision of the game. In the second half, the main focus is how to break the concept of a game down into component parts and what makes one game better or worse than another. Okay. So before I proceed with the slide proper, I would like to take note of this word, design. Okay. So we will use the word design a lot in this presentation. And unfortunately, it is a term that has been overused. So I will clarify what I mean here. Game design is a creation of rules and content of a game. So it does not involve programming, art, or animation, or marketing, or any of the other myriad tasks required to make a game. So all of these tasks collectively can be called game development. Okay, and the game design is one part of the development. Okay. So let us know first what is a game designer. Okay, so game designer is an artist. So the term art is just as difficult to define as the word game. But if games can be form of art, then designers would be an artist. Game designers are also architects. Architects do not build physical structures, they create blueprints. And video game designers also create blueprints, which are referred to as design docs, which is also part of our discussion later on the concept document. Board game designers create blueprints as well in forms of prototypes, which are then mass produced by publishers. And game designers are also party hosts. As designers, we invite players into a space and try our best to show them a good time. Game designers are research scientists. And as I will touch on later today, no, we create games in a matter that is very close to scientific method. Game designers are gods. We create worlds. We create physical rules that govern those worlds. Game designers are also lawyers. We create a set of rules that others must follow. And game designers are educators. As we will see later, we will start discussing fun, entertainment, and educations are strongly linked to one another's. And games are at least sometimes fun because they involve learning new skills. So basically, a game designer is a person responsible for developing a game concept into a plan of development for a game. So here are the attributes of a good game designer. A game designer should understand the game development process. They should be good at solving problems, knows how to work, knows how to have fun, loves to play games. They are dedicated to create great games. And they should also be a creative thinker and they should identify the roles. So I'm guessing that there's a questions here. Is a game designer all of this or none of them? Well, it is an open discussion. But I think that game design has elements of many other fields, but it is still its own field. And you can see just how broad the field is. As a field of game designs advances, we may see a day where game designers are so specialized that game design will be like the field of science where they will need to pick a specialty. So, in designing a game, we should understand how the game development process works. I just pick a very common illustration of game development process. So it starts with a concept where they put all the ideas on it and set their common vision, followed by a pre-production where they place their design to a prototype for their first playable demo. So this is when the game designer becomes a party host. Following production, pre-production is production, where actual programming takes place, and those pre-alpha, alpha, beta, and final that you see on the illustration are testing stages before games are finally become a product. And product, that is the created game. Now will undergo packaging. Say, for example, that the game is for a console platform. So the packaging includes everything from CD cases, labels, and overall packaging design. So as well as marketing, distribution, and sales. Another attribute of a game designer is problem solving skills. So if they thought that this will not work, so they have to think what else will, meaning they should have a solution. So this all comes down to one important point. The greater the design risk of your game, or the greater the design risk of your game, the more you need to think of what else can you do. So critical games where mechanics are largely lifted from another successful game, sequels and expansions, sets to popular games are examples of situations no where you need to become good at problem solving. So knowing the latest games, playing beta releases, participating in game events is a way of enhancing your problem solving skills. So that said, most game designers have aspirations of making games that are new, creative, and innovative. Now, these slides tells everything about the work of a game designers. So since they design the game, they know the game. So therefore, the best person to do all this things or work that you see on screen is the game designer. So they should be the writer, they become the artist, they become the communicator, the programmer, partly because they need to let the programmer understand how such assets should work. They become a graphic designer, salesperson, tester, and manager. All right. So this part is one crucial thing about a game designer, or actually in designing game. Okay. The question of, is it fun? The key ingredient of for any successful game is what we call the fun factor. A designer can do to make a game fun for its intended audience, which are a basic group of people that the game is targeted toward. So fun is something that has to be shown rather than to something to rather than something that is described. What is fun to you does not mean that it is also fun for them. Okay, so sometimes game designer lose sight of core fundamental, which is that games are about one thing. no? That is entertaining people. And this is first and most important thing to think about when you're making any kind of game, whether it's a teensy mode or huge 250 hours RPG. You know, in making a game, you become an entertainer, not a puppet master that you bend on the world of dominations. As such, your primary concern should be the happiness of your audience and not satisfying your unfulfilled need to punish those who annoy you. No, so just kidding. No, you really need to have to make your game fun. No, and because we have unique taste for everything. And as we grow or as we age, this taste varies. So one primary factor on dealing with fun factor is the audience. So basically, knowing your target audience means also knowing factors that makes it fun for them. Okay, so aside from those technical parts of a game designer, on the other side, designers should also know or should also love to play games because they need to fully understand the game playing experience. One common misconception of students who wants to become a game designer or a game developer is that they if they become a Warcraft lord or they are the best MOBA gamers, they think that's it. It will already make them a game designer. No, yes, it is a factor, but just one factor. Okay, so a good game designer love needs to have a love for his work and spend time playing games. That is because they need to experience and to understand, no, playing and game experience. So therefore, no, they should have this dedication to games. And it means that games are important to their lives. It is a passion for great games that drives the designer to create better and better games. And a good practice to keep a game or to do it is to keep a game design journal. So a game designer should also be a creative thinker. Creative thinking means that the game designer is able to solve problems creatively. Creativity helps us see things differently and better deal with uncertainty. So, analytical skills are important because it allows you to find solutions to common problems and um, make decisions on actions, on what actions to take next. And with regards to creative thinking, research is a great tool for solving problems. Okay, so next slides is, of course, you have to know your sign. The team works together to create a great design document with members contributing with their own areas of expertise. So knowing one's strength during collaboration process often leads to significant contributions to design to the design if the team is able to come up with a common vision. And every game needs to have a core concept. So the game design team needs to have a common vision for the game. So basically, you need to think um, about fun games. So whenever you'll never truly know your audience enough to predict what every single one of them to think what is fun for them. However, do you know what you think? However, you do know what you think is fun. So when playing a game, whether you're yours or someone else, try to notice when you are having fun or having a good time. By then, you can pause to do so or ask yourself, just did what cause a big smile on your face. Then you could begin making an idea. So, unlike other forms of entertainment, games are interactive. So, therefore, no, we have to really be careful on planning, and intensive teamwork is really important. So, this is a good point, no? When you design a game, you want to immerse the player into a role that he thinks that it is fun and cool, as they say about writing a good fiction. Take me to a place where I've never been, or make me something that I could never be, or let me do something I could never do before. Okay, so something like that. So games are really interactive. So a game designer is a person responsible for developing a game concept into a plan of development for a game. So that plan is called game design document. And the plan for blueprint of a game is used by the development team to create game. No? And a good start is to write a concept document. So a concept document is a 1 to 10 page document that briefly states the basic game concept. No, it's usually have a few pieces of concept art and helps the readers better visualize the game. Okay, so these are the elements of concept document. So you have your game title, the gameplay, the game platform, the main characters, basic premise, the genre, the audio, the cost and time of the development of the game, and of course your development team. So for the game title, no, the game title is a working title of your game. And a title has to go through a legal check. So that is to make sure that it is free to use, no? Since it cannot be too similar to other titles in the market. And another part of your concept document is the platform. So the platform is simply the machine the end user will be playing the game on. And of course, you have to include the genre. When we say genre, it refers to the type of the game. Where I listed here the commonly known game genre that you could choose from. So we have the RTS, the fantasy role-playing game, RPG, racing, fighting, first-person shooter, sports, adventure, simulation, puzzle, and hunting or fishing. Okay, so we also have stealth, no, or you could mix and match game genre based on your choice. So concept documents will also contain the basic premise. So it is the underlying story as it relates to the game. And the premise is the reason for the game, or in other words, it answers why questions about the game. So in designing the story for a game, the designer or writer needs to take into account many possibilities that results from players' choices. Say, for example, backstory. It is the event that leads up to the game. We also have what we call post story, um, which events that happens if the player wins, or events that happens if the player loses. So today's game, they have multiple endings since progression of the game should be based on the player's decision. The gameplay. So, gameplay is actually an industry term which describes how the player plays the game. It includes the mechanics, the controls, and the controls needed to achieve the goals of the game. So, gameplay is specific way in which the player interact with the game. It is a it is the pattern that defined through game rules, the connection between the player and the game, and the challenges and overcoming them. So one common important thing on your concept document is the main character or your character sketch. So most design document that I've seen, they really put their protagonist on it. So character sketch and description is also important part of your concept document. And sketch is a detailed pictures of the character. It usually derived from a character description and should also include a short explanation of the character. So usually it is the first step on in creating a character design. The game audio. Okay, so the game audio is the combination of all sound effects, voice, and music in the game. The designer needs to think about the audio experience of the game. We need to answer questions such as what kinds of music will the game have? What kind of sound effects will the game need? Or will the game have character dialogues or narration? Or what will be the volume in each audio component be during the course of the game? Or sometimes we also need to realize, should the sound effects be louder in some areas, or it should be the music? So all of those considerations are part of your game audio. So at this stage, the cost and development exact cost or time for development is really hard to define, no? Because however, the designer needs to take into account as many factors as possible to come up with a range that the development cost will fall into. This is very critical, no, for some projects because they need to be specific, to have a specific date by which the game needs to be shipped. But this is really important for publishers to know, especially if the game is really interesting. Then they could provide funds for possible game development of your project. And finally, the development team. Okay, so the development team should also be placed on your concept document, um, in which they need to have the ability to know that they have the ability to complete the game. So they need to include the information on each of the key team members, including their education, the relevant game development experience. Okay. So now, as a proud professor of FUTech, I'd like to share some of the images of our students' work. Right. So this is Illustrada. It's a mobile platform. It's a stealth type of game, and it actually includes AR on their game. Sorry, I only have two to showcase to you games. So this is Quick Fix. This is a really fun and interactive game. This is a PC platform game, and they use GB characters. So I guess that's it. And thank you so much for listening. Again, this is Maria Rona Perez, and that's the end of my presentation.
Hi. Thank you so much, Dr. Rana, for your talk on game design essentials. So, we really did see that there are really lot of factors to take into when creating your own game design. So, let's have questions. Do you have questions for Dr. Rana? What application or software or any references you can recommend to beginners who wants to expand their knowledge in the game development field?
All right. So again, as discussed earlier, no, so game design and game development are differs a lot with regards to making or creating a game. Okay, so if on game design, so probably we should gather resources like looking on how to create concept document or yung game design document with regards to the game development itself. So maybe you could start working or making games using freeware games like game what's that, like the what we use kasi in school, we use Unity. Okay, so Unity
Mhm.
is also a good software to start with, but Game Maker is much easier to use.
Okay. Unity is free pa, right? It's an open
Yeah,
source. Oh
yeah.
yeah.
Unity is an open source software. It's
Mhm.
free, okay,
Okay. Nice.
but
Thank
the
you.
materials are limited because it's free.
Okay. Okay. Sige, sige. Next, which one should you consider first when creating a game? The audience or the game content itself?
Well, whenever we create or design a game, no, so eventually we have to really start with the concept itself. So we collaborate, share ideas, pick a genre, and then later on move to looking on for what age would this game be suited, and then we try to revise all our ideas based on the targeted audience. So
Okay.
it's really best to have your concept first, and then followed by looking to those interested on your same concept based on the, of course, the games available games in the market. That would be our best way to see yung our target audience.
Okay. Thank you so much. Next, what advice can you give to those who are new in the game creation?
All right. So first is that you really need to love it. Put time on it. Share everything with someone. Continue writing. Have your design journal with you. Whenever you think of something, just write it down, and research. Okay. Always look for
Mhm.
something new so that you're able to really improve what you have, and always try to see how you're going to innovate your design as well as you improve yourself.
Mhm. But it's best to learn something new every day, right?
Yes, that's
Yeah, yeah.
correct. Learning is really an ending.
Yeah. Yeah, yeah, that's really true. Okay, so we have last question. How did you find yourself getting into the field of game development?
Excited. It's always exciting. Every day is always exciting when you really want to learn something new, and you think that moving forward or step or having another step on what you wanted to become is a milestone that is really excites me every day. Soon I really wanted to create my own game and then put all my game ideas come to life.
Yeah. It's like a story. The story that you
Yeah,
created. You see it right before your eyes. It turns into a game. It's a really amazing feeling.
yeah, and
Yeah.
of course for you to be able to share it to everyone and then
Mhm.
see or give you feedback for improvement, of course.
Okay. Yeah, that's right. Okay, so once again, thank you so much, Dr. Maria Rana Perez, for spending your time here with us and talking about game design essentials to everyone. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much for having me.
Okay.
Hi.
Hi,
Hi.
partner.
Yeah, I changed my place so that
Yeah nga,
hopefully
I
I won't
can
be
see that.
disconnected.
Grabe, no? Ang gaganda ng first talks
Yeah,
natin. Grabe, very inspiring. And then
right.
learning that
Mhm.
they are the women in tech. Grabe. very inspiring. I really enjoyed the first few talks. How about you, partner?
Yeah. I was in my seat, like listening to the talks, especially the first one.
Mm-hmm.
She had a really challenging journey, but it was really amazing and inspiring how she made it through it all. And
Mm-hmm.
then for Dr. Maria as well, Dr. Maria Rana's talk, I was really interested, and then really inspired how there are really a lot of factors that you need to take into when creating your own game. So
Yes,
we
yes.
really need to appreciate the developers, the designers, everyone involved, the sound engineers involved in all the games that we are currently playing, like Mobile Legends, Among Us, all those
Exactly.
games. Yeah.
Yeah.
How about you, partner?
Actually, both of them. So I'm not really inclined with designing. So that's why when I saw the video from Miss Rona, I mean the talk from Miss Rona, I was really okay. This is how the uh, background things that the designers do in order to build the
Mm-hmm.
game, right? The things that they need to consider, things that they in order to actually create the game that we enjoy.
Hmm.
We don't see what's happening in the background, but those
Yeah.
are the processes that was happening. So it also I was inspired with what the sharing that Miss Chiki shared
Hmm.
earlier. So her journey really gave me ideas, like if I wanted to venture on other or jump into another career. It's really
Hmm.
something like when you actually hear firsthand from the people who really experience it. Um you will see the journey that they've been through, how hard it was,
Hmm.
how it's not really a piece of cake that easy, right? There's a journey, or there's a path, challenges in with that, in order they to
Hmm.
reach that destination that they have right now. So yeah, grabe. I'm still okay. I'm still processing what's
Yeah.
happening in the earlier stock. So grabe,
It's
thank
very
you.
informative. Yeah.
Very informative, yeah. So we thank the first two speakers that we had for today.
Thank
Also,
you.
yeah, guys, share your thoughts as well with us by using our hashtag DevFest Philippines 2020, hashtag DevFest, hashtag Google Developers. So we will check it out, see your thoughts.
Mhm.
And you actually can get the chance to win our prizes, right? Prizes available, right, partner? And
Yeah.
those are
So we'll be giving away a Google Home Mini when you submit your feedback about the event. So stay tuned for that. It's still not released yet, so keep just enjoy the program while you wait for the feedback. Next for our photo booth social media contest. So don't forget to take a photo with our virtual photo booth. The link is in on the screen right now. Don't forget to send in your or to add also your most creative captions and post it on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, and LinkedIn. Using the and also don't forget to add hashtags hashtag DevFest Philippines 2020, hashtag DevFest, and hashtag Google Developers for a chance to win one gift bundle, three Awangan drip bags, grab vouchers, and a virtual photo booth package courtesy of MVN Photo Studio.
yeah, so we have a lot of prizes available out there. So guys, just share with us, connect with us via those hashtags, post it on social media so we could see those ones, and we could actually actually the prizes or the winners for that hashtags will be um posted or will be announced in the plenary later on, right? So stay
Mhm.
tuned,
Stay
guys.
tuned.
Also, I think we have the virtual party later after
Yeah.
this um event. So you guys could celebrate with us. There are different bands that will play there, local bands that will share their talents with us.
Mhm.
Enjoy after this virtual party. I mean virtual event, right? Virtual session after the talks
Yeah.
and everything. Also, developers knows how to have fun. So
Yeah, that's
yeah,
right.
let's join the DevFest PH party later. So we'll see each other there.
And
And
don't forget also to join us on Slack to connect with other participants, to connect with our speakers and our sponsors. So it's a good avenue for us to be friends or connect with each other despite not having a physical event, that everything is now virtual. So it's a
Yeah.
great way to make new networks, connections, and friends.
Exactly.
Mhm.
Everything is online right now.
Yeah,
So we have to actually use the channels that we have. So
yeah.
there guys, you could see the links in your screen and you could join us there. Okay,
Okay.
I think we will be having a coffee break.
Hmm.
Okay. We'll have a coffee break and we'll start at 4. Let me check that. At exactly 4:15 we'll start up with our next talk. Okay, so you guys get your coffee, eat your snacks, go
Stretch.
go stretch. Yes, exactly, because we've been sitting for quite some time now. So get water. Yeah, keep be dehydrated. Okay, always drink your water. And then yeah, and then that's it. Let's have a coffee break. See you later,
See
guys.
you later. All right, so welcome back, everyone. I hope that you all had your breaks, your coffee breaks, snack, stretch. You need to stretch. So anything that um, to give a breather or go outside for a while. So I hope that everyone is ready for our next speakers. Actually, so our next talk will be discussed by two amazing women in tech. So let so the first one is a skilled tester, an avid reader, and a Tahitian dancer. Her passion for testing has shown through the years with her accomplishments from starting out as a manual tester and working her way to becoming a mobile automation engineer. With over 5 years of experience, she has grown into becoming a better tester with the insights provided to her by the industry she's worked in, from health, banking, and now in media. She continues to strive for the best software quality, grow in the tech industry, and seek better in testing of solutions. She hopes also to inspire others to think like a tester and question everything. Our next speaker as well, with around 10 years of software testing experience, she used to be obsessed with having the highest bug count in the company until she realized that quality should not be defined by the amount of bugs that testers catch. Since then, she's been working to bridge the information gap in terms of quality by fostering a collaborative environment between testers and developers. She believes that testers are more than bug catchers and encourages her team to explore new technologies and solutions in automation and continuous integration. So, talking about this is what a tester looks like, let's welcome Miss Charlotte Bersamin and Miss Charlene Mendilio Granadosin.
Hi, everyone. Thank you for having us. This is what a tester looks like, Charlotte. Sorry, guys. I think we're having technical difficulties. Charlotte, are
Hi,
you
Charlene.
online?
Yeah, I am. I'm so sorry. Hi, guys. Yeah, I'm so sorry. I was trying to set up our deck and I was having some issues. I was getting this error.
Ah, man,
Yeah, Charlene.
I tested this on my local machine and it worked for me. I don't know what you're doing wrong.
Can you try something? 'Cause I don't know. I tested it on my
All
machine
right.
and it's failing.
All right, let me try something. Okay. All right, there. There, see? This is what a tester looks like. Again, thank you everyone for having us. My name is Charlene Granadosin. I'm a manager of test engineering at Metadata Solutions.
And my name is Charlotte Bersaman and I'm a lead engineer for Bleacher Report.
So, this is what a tester looks like. Now, we are not here to talk about our appearances. We're here to talk about bias. Bias, not just in testing, but bias in software development and our processes. We're here to introduce to you some keywords on how to identify these biases, the impact it has on our processes and our software development, and how to overcome them. The first one is cognitive bias. How is your experience influenced? Now, as you know, in psychology, this is a huge subject. But because of time constraint, we're only going to be introducing to you two types of cognitive bias. The first one is confirmation bias. Now, Charlotte, I'm going to go back to our intro. Who between us was biased in our intro?
You know, to be honest, I think both of us were biased. You're biased as a developer because you developed in your own machine and you tested in your own machine. And I am biased as a tester because I tested in my own environment and also tested in my own machine. So both people are biased in this case, both coming from different perspectives, one from a development perspective and another from a quality perspective.
Yes, so the developer confirmed that it didn't work on their machine, even though the tester's data says it did not. So because of confirmation bias and searching for data that proves your own belief, you're more than likely to jump into conclusion with just one approach. This is congruence bias. We can think of this as the over-reliance of one testing methodology or approach, like relying on test automation and not doing any ad hoc tests to find edge cases, or maybe not even performing any unit testing. In development, we can think about this as the over-relying on one framework or technology, like Java versus Ruby, or Mac versus Windows. So some keywords to help us recognize cognitive bias: personal experience. Personal experience shapes the way we test. For example, you have a junior tester and a senior tester, a web tester and a mobile tester. Now, say we put all four of these testers together in one room and then we tell them to test a certain application. You'll find that each one of these testers will have different testing approaches. Now, although they may have different testing ideas, we shouldn't discount them. These are all valid tests and they are valid ideas. Another keyword would be fundamental attribution error. This is a form of a stereotype. For example, a tester is not allowed to look at the GitHub repository or even try to review the unit testing. A developer is not allowed to test. So these are forms of fundamental attribution error, and they are cognitive biases. And finally, inattentional blindness that causes us to have cognitive bias. So what's the impact? Why do we care about cognitive bias? Well, it causes us to discount evidence. Data that discounts our belief on the software are also valid tests. When we discount evidence, it causes us to misjudge our software. Perhaps we start skipping those test cases or automatically passing them, or maybe we don't do any unit testing or performance testing. So when we misjudge our software because of cognitive bias, we will have a false sense of confidence that our software is working as expected or is perfect. We always make sure that the software is behaving as expected, but we can actually never be sure if it's behaving in ways it should not. Cognitive bias also causes us to have tunnel vision. By focusing on only those acceptance criteria, we miss out on negative testing or to find those edge cases. We stop asking questions like, what else should we be testing? What else can our software do? Now, when we realize that our software is not limited to those acceptance criteria or to what product says, this is when we start to decrease our cognitive bias. A great way to decrease our cognitive bias is through pair testing or mob testing. Now, this is a great team building activity, and we like doing this in my company currently. This graphic is from Ministry of Testing. They go in depth on pair testing or mob testing. Feel free to check it out. But the idea is you will have a driver that's the only person allowed a keyboard and mouse, a designated navigator who tells the driver what to input or what to click on, and several navigators that take turns becoming the designated navigators. Now, the great thing about this is you have in one room several people with different levels of seniority, with different ideas and different testing approaches. And that, and because you have so many ideas in one room, then you can start decreasing your cognitive bias. But also don't limit yourself. You can also invite product and developers into these mob testing. And it's also a great way to get early feedback on your software. So asking for feedback, let's look into that a little bit more. Asking for feedback decreases our cognitive bias because you can start asking questions. What are my gaps in testing? What can I do? What else can I do? What am I missing? And don't be afraid to ask for feedback because ultimately we have to think about our customers and stakeholders and how we can make things a better experience for them. Now, because you ask for feedback, you have to be willing to accept new ideas. So this was a challenge early on in my career. I took everything personally. I was heads down, very efficient, pass, fail on those test cases. But did that really make me a good tester? Did I know my software fully? So to remedy that, and of course, decrease my cognitive bias, I have this thing called a testing bucket. So whenever I go into these mob testing sessions or pair testing session and I encounter a new testing idea or a new approach on my software, I file this under my testing bucket. And it actually helped me not take things too personally because now it's just a list that I can do. And also ask what you're doing. So step out of your comfort zone on what you're doing on a day-to-day. Branch out from your teams. Figure out what people are doing. Attend webinars, conferences, read blogs. So this will help you step out of that test case mentality. So stepping out of your test case mentality, it helps, really helps decrease your cognitive bias and get rid of that inattentional blindness because you're not constrained.
Okay, I
Okay.
think we encountered some technical difficulties. We apologize for that.
Mhm. So
Okay.
while the technical team is working on the issue, we would like to remind again everyone of uh, the virtual party partner.
Yes, the virtual party with you could visit the link later, seen in your screen below at 7 p.m. after this event. Also, guys, while we're having the event, share your thoughts with us by
Mhm.
visiting the Google Photo booth, taking photo there, and then share it with the hashtag DevFest Philippines 2020, hashtag Google Developers, and hashtag DevFest to get a chance to win the prizes that we are offering for you guys. We have a lineup of like gift bundle. What are what are the other
Um,
prices, partner?
we have the one gift bundle. We have three drip bags, and then we also have Grab vouchers and a virtual photo booth package courtesy of MBN Photo Studio.
Yes. So if you guys want to have your own virtual photo booth, so check that out, post and be the one of the lucky winners. Also, later on for the mini Google Home Mini, we're going to share out a link where you could confirm your attendance at the same time share your feedback with us. So stay tuned for that link. We will be sharing out that later. You'll see it in our screen. So I think we are. Can we check for what? Okay. I think they're still working on
Yeah.
it, so we apologize for that. Guys, if you have questions for the first few parts of the presentation earlier, just put it on the comments, share with us,
Feel
connect with
free.
us.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you want shout out, so hi to all those watching with us. I mean, watching with us today. So, hello, good day, everyone. I hope you had your coffee with you because I have mine as well here. It's almost done. But how about you, partner? Do you have your coffee there?
I have milk because we ran out of coffee. So
Okay. Okay, I
so
think
hopefully everyone has their beverage. Yeah, I think it's okay. Is
yeah,
it
we're
okay? Okay.
okay. So
Good.
let's get back to Charlotte and Charlene. Okay. Take it away. Okay,
Okay.
so I think they're still
Apologies.
fixing up the problem. So while we're waiting for that, we have join us in our community Slack community. Our
Mhm.
uh yeah, the link is shown below. Also, I think we are ready to show the feedback
The
form.
feedback link.
Yeah, I think it's
Yeah.
already there.
Can
So
you
can
show
you?
the overlay for all the details of the feedback? Okay, there.
Yeah, so get a chance to win Google Home Mini confirming your attendance at the given link below
Link.
in your screen. So,
So
okay,
your feedback is really appreciated
yes,
to
it's
further
a
improve our events, future events, virtually and physically.
yes actually. So again, guys, we will pick out the your post. We will look into your social media
Mhm.
accounts who have posted the hashtag already. So share with us your thoughts to get the prizes that we were giving out today. Okay, and also I think um okay,
Is it okay already? Or there's
I
still
think they're still working on it. So,
okay?
let's take this opportunity, partner, to thank our sponsors. So,
Okay.
this event wouldn't be possible without them, right?
Mhm.
So, we really take this opportunity to thank our sponsors. This event is powered by Google in partnership with. Take it
Uh,
away, partner.
Co-presented by Cloud Staff, Stojanovic and Associates, in cooperation with Union Bank. Special thanks to Hacktiv Collab and MV and Photo Studio, supported by the ICT Mindanao Cluster 1. Our official media partners, Gadgets Magazine and WheninManila.com. Our community partners is Women Tech Makers Manila, Women Tech Makers Zamboanga, Palawan International Technology Business Incubator, Association of Student Technopreneurs and Innovators in FEU Tech, Association for Computing Machinery in FEU Tech Student Chapter, and Sangguniang Kabataan Puerto Princesa City. And of course, this is made possible by all the GDG chapters here in the Philippines: GDG Manila, GDG Baguio, GDG Cebu, GDG Zamboanga, and GDG Cagayan de Oro.
Yes. All right. So, okay, I think we are okay. Tech team, can we proceed now with the next talk?
Mhm.
Because and also ask what you're doing. So step out of your comfort zone on what you're doing on a day to day. Branch out from your teams. Figure out what people are doing. Attend webinars, conferences, read blogs. So this will help you step out of that test case mentality. So stepping out of your test case mentality, it really helps decrease your cognitive bias and get rid of that inattentional blindness, because you're not constrained to a scripted test case or acceptance criteria. I like using the exploratory testing method because I actually get to know my software a lot more using that method. I also like using mind maps. Now, this is a visual note-taking tool if you've never used a mind map before. You don't need an application for this. You can use a pen or a paper. An example would be, say, one day my boss comes to me and says, now, Charlene, you're in a new team and we are going to create a vending machine. So without even going through a design process or having any acceptance criteria or first stories, I already know what a vending machine is. I encounter it on a day-to-day. From there, I can actually form my first iteration of a mind map. Example would be a vending machine has coin slots or a keypad or bill slot. So once I start going into these design sessions, then I can start inputting more into my mind map. I can show my possible testing approaches. What can I do with a vending machine? And then finally, I will now have a visual representation of my testing and my software. So how do I use this to decrease my cognitive bias? Well, now I can show my testing coverage. I can use this to think about different testing approaches. I can also, which is a really big thing, is to ask for feedback. What are the possibilities of my software? What else can we do with this vending machine? What am I missing? You can also start asking, what can I easily automate and what are strictly manual? So this is how I decrease my cognitive bias, and it's from my personal experience, of course. But probably, and it's working out for me, but probably because I'm looking at it through rose-colored glasses.
Yes, Charlene. And sometimes it doesn't look so bad from over here until you remove those rose colored glasses and reality sets in. So I'm going to get personal with everyone and talk to you about looking through rose colored glasses based on personal testing experience. There's a few types of personal biases that we're going to be discussing today. There's the bandwagon effect, the halo effect, and the self-attribution bias. What is the bandwagon effect? Have you ever been in a meeting with such a great idea to improve your process, and you suggest it to your team, and you say, hey team, I have this really great idea. You lay out the information, the team nods their head, but then someone says, well, I really like that, but we've always done it this way. And everyone else in the room agrees with that. That is the bandwagon effect. The bandwagon effect is doing something just because others do it. What are some of the effects or keywords we can use when discussing the bandwagon effect? First thing is trend. Sometimes we just want to jump on board on whatever is trending, whether it works for our team or not. Or conformity. Conformity is a social influence that allows us to follow what is trending. And we don't take into account how it can work for our process or for ourselves. And lastly, we're hidebound. Hidebound means set in tradition, meaning we always do it this way, and we don't really determine how we can scale through innovation or change. What are some of the impacts of this sort of mindset? Well, of course, process will hurt. And if process hurts, we end up delivering software that's unreliable. And lastly, if we end up delivering software that's unreliable, legacy systems stay legacy with no chance of scaling. And that's not where we want, especially in tech, where it's very, very innovative. How can we get past ourselves and move on from the bandwagon effect? We can do so by improving as a team. The only thing constant is change, and this is very true, especially in tech. When we want to implement change, there are certain steps that we need to do to ensure that we are capturing the value that we need from this change. So to do that, we first need to have some sort of contemplation about what we want to change. Determine what's driving you. What's driving your team? What is it that you want to do, or what goal do you want to reach? That's why you're doing this change. When you understand what is your goal and what's driving you, you can then determine what your bottlenecks are. It's very important that you understand your bottlenecks, because that's where you can make those resolution. That's where you can find the fix. And lastly, when you've determined what the bottlenecks are, what the solutions are, then you can research how to implement them. There's one way to do that, through the SWOT analysis. SWOT stands for strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats. So first, determine the strengths of your process or your company. Determine the weakness, which are the bottlenecks. Opportunities for change, improvement, or innovation, as well as the threats that come to those innovation and opportunities. Once you've determined your proof of concept, you then set out to implement the proof of concept. Time box your proof of concept, say 1 sprint, 2 sprints. And after you've implemented it and seen how it affects your team, you can then determine the overall effects. And the best place to do that is through a retrospective. Retrospective is a great place for everyone to have a voice and for everyone to share their ideas. In the bandwagon effect, one of the main causes for that is groupthink. So to alleviate that, you have retrospective. But retrospective is only valuable if it's consistent. So make sure that when you do have retrospective meetings, that they are consistent across the board. We also have to ensure that everyone has a voice. And thus, we need to ensure that each member has a chance to speak. You can do so by rotating the moderators. It doesn't have to be the QA manager or the most senior person in the room to be able to lead these meetings. Empower and encourage your people to speak up and say what's on their mind. And lastly, retrospective is not just a place to discuss bottlenecks or issues around, going on with what's going on with the team. You can also take the time to discuss your successes as a team, as well as sharing that gratitude to each other. So, Charlene, are you going to believe everything I say because I said so?
Yes, Charlotte. That is the halo effect. So what is the halo effect? Positive impressions of a person in one area will positively influence one's opinion in another area. So let's think about this in software development. Your favorite programming language, again, Java versus Ruby. Have you ever asked why you like it so much? The biggest one would be like Mac versus Windows. Why Mac versus Windows? How about processes? Scrum is the answer. Have you ever asked the question why you're doing Scrum? Is it because a high influence person told you you have to do it? Well, that's the halo effect. Testing efforts. To file or not to file that bug, that is the question. So, for example, your favorite developer comes up to you and you guys find a bug. Well, you guys do foosball together every day, you guys hang out, and you feel that this bug might adversely affect him. So you decided not to file that bug. Or perhaps the product owner tells you not to file a certain bug. Well, that is also part of the halo effect. Crickets. I'm sure many of you have been in meetings in like retrospective. Charlotte just went over that. And you hear crickets. No one is saying anything. No one has any opinions. Well, that's probably due to that halo effect. What's the impact of this? Well, you'll have a process that doesn't work. Perhaps Scrum doesn't work for your team. Maybe Kanban will work, or extreme programming. You'll have invisible defects. That bug that you didn't file, it went to production because you didn't regress it during the release process. That's the impact of the halo effect. Silence is not golden, especially when it comes to grooming and retro. It's not golden at all, because when you get out of a meeting and no one has spoken, you kind of get that illusion that everything is going well with your team. Now, no one is speaking out. No one has any opinions. Then you kind of start wondering, why are things taking so long? Why are stories moving over to the next sprint over and over? Well, no one is speaking out. No one has any opinions about anything. This is the halo effect. So how to remedy this? File it. It's not personal. It is your job to file it. Think about it this way. You are filing this against the software and not against the person who wrote it. So file it. It's as easy as that. Track your efforts. You can use session-based testing for this. Always keep a record, no matter how big or how small your testing is. Just keep a record of it. This is also a great way when it comes to onboarding new people, because you can kind of have the history of how the testing has been going on in your company. Finally, voice it out. Spice up those meetings, those retros. Change the way it is. Switch facilitators, like what Charlotte said. Do a team activity in the beginning. Anonymize the opinions. So if you're trying to get data on a process or a software that you're trying to implement, to get honest opinions, you should anonymize them. Be inclusive. Research different ways to facilitate that will be inclusive to all personalities and cultures. Do a personality test. Those are actually really fun. And finally, remove your manager. And that doesn't mean fire your manager. Basically, remove a person of influence from meetings if you really, really want honest opinions. As managers and leaders, we have to realize that we're walking around with halos in our heads. These halos can cause ideas to shut down. As managers and leads, we have to give our team members that sense of ownership that, this is our team, that this is their project or product. And when you give your team members that confidence that they are allowed to voice out their opinions, then they start caring. And when they start caring, then they start thinking quality. So let's recognize these halos and also challenge them, because that's the only way to decrease the halo effect. So, Charlotte, you gonna do everything I say now that I said so?
Well, that depends, Charlene's, because if I succeed, then it's totally going to be because of me. But if I fail, I'm so going to blame it on you. This is what we call the self-attribution bias. You're probably thinking, what does self-attribution bias have to do with QA? Well, that's fairly simple. It's because we're the gatekeepers. Self-attribution bias is basically attributing success to personal skills while failures is an outside circumstance. Let me give you an example. Say we're testing its regression and we're about ready to give our thumbs up and it gets deployed in production. After a few days, product team or engineering team or someone finds a bug. They come to QA and all of a sudden, all the efforts we've done are out the door. We then get questioned, why wasn't this tested? Or better yet, they ask which team is responsible for this feature. And lastly, who's tested this? These types of questions doesn't necessarily breed healthy working relationship. It actually creates the opposite. First, it creates self-doubt. As a QA, someone who builds on confidence, when I'm questioned about what I've done, it definitely breaks me down and my self-confidence. So when you don't have confidence and you lack confidence, how can you ensure that what you're giving a thumbs up to is of the best quality? And sometimes we forget that we back this up with documentation, like test cases. But because of the self-doubt and the lack of confidence, we end up doubting our own selves. And then lastly, we always feel like we're at fault. Anytime there's an issue in production, QA is immediately the person that they go to and they ask, well, why did this fail? So how do we move past that to build a healthier relationship, not only with the QA, but with the entire team? First is taking accountability. As Stephen Covey says, accountability breeds responsibility. We must respond to the issues at hand and not point fingers. To be honest, if there's a bug in production, there's a bug in production. We have to work towards resolving that to ensure it never happens again. So how do we do that? By taking action. From a QA perspective, yes, we need to take action. We need to document the issue right away. We need to create the automation to ensure it doesn't happen again, and or manual tests to ensure that you can test it over and over. From a team perspective, we need to ensure we're always giving credit where credit is due. Everyone in the SDLC process has a hand on testing the product, especially QA. And sometimes we forget that QA is part of the SDLC. We need to make sure that we're giving that feedback to the team so that they know that they are cared for and that they have a voice. And lastly, build relationships, and not just any type of relationship, healthy working relationship, so that when there's issues in production, like I've mentioned earlier, you're not pointing fingers with each other. You're actually working together because you want to solve an issue that will eventually help not only your team, but the quality and the company. Lastly, assert yourself. Not in the domineering kind of way, but in the way that you're confident at what you're doing. Believe in yourself and your capabilities because you are where you're at because you know what you're doing. Acknowledge your own boundaries. It doesn't hurt to be confused or to not know entirely what's going on. It's always best to ask for clarification. If you need additional details on the acceptance criteria, I encourage you to say, hey, I don't know what this acceptance criteria is trying to tell me. Could you please clarify? Or if a documentation is missing some important details, go ahead and say, I don't know what this document is telling me. I need some clarification on it. I think being vocal about what it is that you need clarity on will not only help the team communicate with you, but it will also help you communicate with your team. And lastly, build on strengths and weaknesses. If you're really great at exploratory testing, use that as a strength to ensure that you're providing the best quality out there. And if you have a weakness in terms of testing, know that you can always improve upon those weaknesses. A weakness is not a failure. It's something that you can always enhance. So when Charlene and I started out on this venture with the QA bias talk, we were trying to find resources online that would show us sort of like a data or a graph of how many people in QA actually have experienced bias. Unfortunately, we didn't get any of that data. So we went ahead and started with this QA bias metrics. We hope that you take the time to go to the link and answer this anonymized form so that you can better help us understand all the biases that we've just talked about today. There's a lot of biases in the world, definitely a lot. And we've just probably skimmed the very, very top. For example, Forbes says that by the time you're 36, you're too old to be in tech. I highly disagree because I believe there are people who are older than 36 years old doing a great job in tech and kicking it. And so these types of biases that formulate our minds and formulate our work environment definitely need to come out into the light. And so, Charlene, what can you say about our talk today?
So just to recap, the confirmation bias is searching for info that fits your narrative, and congruence bias is doing things because it has always worked for you.
And remember that there's also three types of personal biases. One is the bandwagon effect, when someone says, it's always been that way. One is the halo effect, where you look at someone at a high position and think everything they do is correct. And lastly, self-attribution bias, which basically means, hey, if it works out, it's always my win. And if it doesn't, it's someone else's loss. So as we wrap up our talk and as we've shared our perspectives, Charlene and I want to say thank you for everyone that had joined our talk. And we are so grateful to have been a part of the GDG Zamboanga DevFest. Thank you again for Ms. Yolin for inviting us, as well as the team. We are very grateful to be a part of this great initiative.
Yes, thank you. And if you have any questions, you can find us on Twitter and LinkedIn. Feel free to add us and message us. Thank you again.
Thank you. Mabuhay.
Mabuhay.
All right. Hi, Miss Charlotte.
Hello
Thank you.
there. Can you hear me clearly?
Yeah, we can hear you
Okay,
clear.
good.
Thank you to both of you for sharing that talk. Actually, while I was looking into the presentation, I was like smiling because that's how things happen in the real world, right? I could
Oh,
actually relate on the personal biases. So, yeah, nice. Thanks for opening it up and sharing it out here. So, I guess we have some questions for your topics, Miss Charlotte. So, unfortunately, Miss Charlene won't be able to join us, right?
no, she's not. She's not available today,
Okay, so
unfortunately.
we'll have Miss Charlotte to answer your questions. So, first question is, among the biases that you have mentioned, what was the one that you have to deal? What you again? Sorry, let me repeat the question. Among the biases that you have mentioned, what was the one that you have dealt with the most, and how were you able to manage it?
Yeah, that's a really great question. So, one of actually the main bias that I dealt with in my career in tech is the halo effect. I think growing up from a Filipino family, we're really taught to adhere to our elders, right? Like everything they say is always right, which
Yes.
is not always right. And so that kind of, transferred into my career when I started out in tech because tech was not my initial background. I was a chef in my past life, so this was something that was very new to me. And anytime someone who was an authoritative figure would say like, "This is how we've always done it," I'd be like, "Okay, yes, you're right," and it just took some time and experience for me to get over it and to finally realize like not everything they say is added as it is and to question everything. And so this is why I've added in my bio to encourage testers to question everything because that's what we're here for. We're here to provide the best quality, not for the developers but for the customers, right? And we are their advocate, and we have to step in those shoes and be that person for them, and it kind of just uh, grew into that position once I realized, why am I just believing everything these people are telling me? Like I need to use my brain and kind of think about what it is that's different that I should do, and that's different from their opinion, so that we can come to a conclusion.
Thanks for that. Actually,
Yeah.
you're correct with that. Honestly, when I first came into the industry, and then I was really because of our culture, the seniority culture is there. Like you have to respect the someone older than you, and sometimes it's hard to question them, or if you want to point out something, right? So yeah, thank you for that.
Yeah,
We
you're
have another
welcome.
one. Should the tester focus on quality of testing or on the quantity of tests that they can execute?
They should focus on the quality of the test based on the quantity that they can execute, right? So any form of testing, based on my personal experience, there's always a set of requirements that pertain to a test. And I guess the follow-up question to that is, how do you know you've exhausted your test? Well, you don't. You never know when you've exhausted your test because you continually test. So I think in this case, to kind of just say it straightforward, is that focus on the quality of your test, and the quantity will come once you learn to be efficient in your testing and in the form of your testing. Then the more test cases you can test, but it always pertains to the requirements of your test.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah,
We have more. So next
yeah,
one
sure.
is there are those moments that sometimes there will be differences in opinions between QAs and developers. So how can we bridge the gap between the dev and the QA conflicts?
I really like this question because that's very, very true. And in not all companies do you have that kind of relationship. Sometimes you'll have really great developers that work with QA really well, and sometimes there's not. I think from the perspective of QA, because that's the only place I can answer from, we have to, again, like I said, advocate for the user. And we have to step in that role to push back if we need to, regardless whether or not it would create conflict. I don't necessarily think it would create conflict because at the end of the day, you're doing what you need to do for the business and for the customer, right? There's one segment there where Charlene said that it's not personal. We do need to kind of move forward and work with them. And I know sometimes some developers can be really difficult to work with, but we can only do so much in our power and our own control. So I think that's what we need to start with. And one thing to kind of just wrap this up, bridge it through communication. That's the best way to do that. Over communicate, from QAs provide information. We don't necessarily make heavy decision. So from that perspective, say as
Yeah,
much as you need to get the message out there.
actually. So right communication. Actually, this is really good question because I'm also wearing a hat of a dev. So sometimes we kind of it's not it's common actually. I think that there's a conflict or probably hard to communicate with the QAs if you're the dev, right? And then
Yeah,
you're catching up a deadline.
yeah, for sure.
So
And
yeah,
it's a different in mindset, right? You have a very, very development mindset, and QA has a very, very like quality mindset. So I think it's building that healthy relationship so both can complement each other.
agree. Yeah.
Yeah,
Thanks for your answer. We have
of
more.
course.
Next question.
Okay.
As a person in a company, do I lay out all the testing suggestions I have in one meeting, or do I share it one meeting at a time?
In my opinion, my suggestion would be like, go for it. Try it. You'll really never know what they'll say. The worst anyone can say is no. And if they say no, you can always work around and say, well, I have all these kind of like results why this worked. So if you're new to the company, especially if you're trying to learn the process and learn the people and learn the environment, it's always good to just provide that suggestion that you have. One of the benefits of being new to a company is you offer fresh eyes and fresh perspective. So I think that, those kind of suggestions are valued, definitely.
Yes. Right. All right. We have one more.
Sure, thank you.
Okay. Do we have one more question?
I think so. I think there's one more question there in regards to.
There. So, are there positive impacts that happen because of our blasts? Like what bandwagon effect? It's not always bad if we learn from what other companies are doing.
That's a very good thought as well, because it's not always so bad, right? So it always has to depend on the situation. Bandwagon effect, for example, is really not. It's counterintuitive to the team if there's always a suggestion of a great idea, but the whole team is just kind of like, no, it doesn't work, and everyone just kind of goes along with it. But if it is something that, say, the tech industry is doing, then maybe we can conform. That, but you conform based on what your company needs, right? I think that's how I would go about this question. But it's a really great question. It's a really great point.
Yeah. I think that's all we have for your questions this afternoon. So again, we thank you, Miss Charlotte. They can actually reach you out to the link, to the links that you've shared earlier, right, in your social media account, so they could just search for you and ask questions if they have more.
Yes, correct. You can reach out to Filipina Techie, that's me, or Char Tester, that's Charlene. Also LinkedIn. I don't have my LinkedIn memorized. It's you can find me on Twitter and I'll provide you the LinkedIn. But before I leave, I do want to say on behalf of Charlene and myself, we want to thank the Women Tech Makers Manila and Women Tech Makers Zamboanga. Also want to shout out GDG Baguio because I'm from Baguio, as
Hi,
well as
I'm from Baguio
all
too.
as well as the GDG, all the GDG chapters in the Philippines. It's a really great honor for myself and Charlene to take part in this really great initiative. So thank you.
Yeah, we thank you too. So this is actually a good conference where we could share our thoughts, right? So women empowerment.
Of course. Thank you.
Women in tech. Okay. Thank you, Miss Charlotte. Thank you. All
Thank
right.
you.
Hello. So, thank you again, Miss Charlotte, for your talk, and as well as with Miss Charlene, and thank you also for answering our audience's questions. So, before we proceed to our last speaker for this breakout session, I'd like to remind everyone of our raffle for the Google Home Mini. So, send over your feedback in the link. Can we flash the feedback link right now? There. So get a chance to win your own Google Home Mini by confirming your attendance at bit.ly/devfest feedback. And as well, don't forget also our social media contest. You take a photo using bit.ly/devfest page photo booth, and with the hashtags DevFest Philippines 2020, hashtag Google Developers, and hashtag DevFest for a chance to win your own gift bundle, 3 Awangan coffee drip bags, grab vouchers, and your own photo booth virtual package courtesy of MVN Photo Studio. Also, we'd like to remind everyone of the virtual party later on after the event. So stick around. After the DevFest events, we'll be having our very own virtual party. So even though we are in our own homes enjoying the DevFest, we still can have fun online, right? Okay, so that's, I think that would be all for my reminders. Let's now welcome our last but very not the least speaker. She is a psychology researcher, speaker, and writer. She is the co-founder of Generation Zen, a training company that provides social emotional training programs for adults and children. She is passionate about helping growth-minded people and companies around the world to thrive in a world in uncertainty. She was previously a community organizer for Google Developers Group and the founder of an Asia-based tourism brand. She also served as the marketing strategist for a Taiwanese government and Taipei city government. She graduated with an MA in psychology at Pepperdine University in Los Angeles. She has also been featured in TEDx in Lille, France. So, talking about how can you up your tech career, please help me welcome Miss Christine Chen.
Hello, everybody. Hello. Okay, let me just prep this. All right. How's everyone doing? Okay. So, first of all, it's a pleasure to be here. Magandang hapon. Malapit na mag-dinner time. So, this is the perfect way to spend pre-dinner time. Before anything, I want to acknowledge GDGPH, GDG Zamboanga, Baguio, Cebu, Cagayan de Oro. Wow, it's been a wonderful 2 days. I was able to watch some of the talks and really is so organized. And it's a pleasure and an honor to be able to wrap a beautiful ribbon around this 2-day event. All right. So, and of course, I want to acknowledge you sitting in front of the computer right now on a Sunday. Thank you for investing in yourself, for spending time to see how you can improve on yourself and your tech career, because when you improve, and this is also the reason I'm here today, I believe that you can serve your community better. I believe in the power of compounding effect. And when you get to up your tech career, you get to improve the lives of not only yourself, your family, but also our country, the Philippines. All right, so let me get started with the slides. All right. Application. Okay. So how to up your tech career? A little bit about me. So thank you for the beautiful introduction. I'm currently a clinical neuroscience researcher here at Taipei Medical. We're looking into the different brain mechanisms that's working inside of us to be able to help alleviate mental suffering for future generations. As mentioned, I graduated with an MA in psychology, also Women Tech Maker Ambassador. And basically everything that I do is centered around us, human beings. How can we optimize ourselves to reach our fullest potential? And at the same time, how do we decrease the things that are holding us down? Right. So today's talk will only be 25 to 30 minutes because I want to allocate the next and remaining time that we have together, no, para sa mga tanong niyo. Kasi I'm aware and I've been hearing a lot of feedback about a lot of issues internally and even at home, no. So it's my pleasure to be here today to answer your questions related to mental health, loneliness, anxiety, sadness, imposter syndrome, lack of motivation, self-esteem. These are the things that we will be talking about today in this hour. Stick with me because I promise you there will be something, even just one thing that you can get out of this presentation that will lower down your stress levels after this event, and you can move forward with your week in a productive mindset. And also, everything that I share later is for you guys, so feel free to screenshot. All right, it's yours to take as something that you can look back to even after DevFest. Okay. The reason why I want to talk about how to up your tech career from a lens of psychology is this statement: you hold the hands that bring you down. What does that mean? Our hands, your hand, our hands, it's the hands that code, create beautiful websites, create beautiful applications, create wonderful innovations around the world. It's precisely this, your body right now. But this exact body is also the body that procrastinates. It's also the body that sometimes lacks motivation. It's also the body that gets angry at your parents when you're stuck at home with them for the past 8 months. So as you may have noticed, this body is what gives light, but it's also what can bring us down. And so my objective for us here today is to help you navigate your shadows better so you can up your tech career. Because the key to upgrading your tech career, to elevating yourself to a point where you reach your dreams, is by upgrading your brain. It's by upgrading your brain, because you are more valuable than any tool that you have. You are the hardware and the software of your career. So what happens, di ba, pag sa computer, pag may virus or like yung hardware natin no sirang-sira, wala tayong magagawa. The same with our bodies. And the beautiful thing is science, my field in mental health, we're discovering a lot of great things that I'll be sharing with you today that will be able to help you fix some of the bugs that you have and optimize yourself. All right. So we are going to go through 3 levels. Yung unang level ay strengthening your mind. How do you strengthen your mind during this time? Number 2, how can you sharpen your tech craft? So we're going to talk more about competence here. Tapos yung last, how do we add compassion? So this is science backed. Compassion can actually help you boost your career. So bakit mind, body, and spirit? Because a lot of times sa schools, di ba, tinuturo lang sa atin yung level 1, which is the technical aspects. But the beautiful thing about DevFest, which I love, is it's very holistic. So we will be talking about things like your heart and your tech craft and work ethics, because it's by aligning all parts of you, that is when you can really succeed. It's the one who has the patience and the hard work to go far in their careers, who can sustain. Innovation is useless if the tool is not working. So let's move forward. Some of the tools that we'll need today: pen and paper, and feel free to screenshot any slides. All right? Okay. So let's start with one. Let's start with our minds. To move forward, no, in our careers, we will be met with a lot of frustrations. A lot. But, there are some days when I wish na yung ka-work ko computer lang. Kasi nakakaasar talaga minsan mga tao, di ba? Yeah, I know it's hard to admit that. And that is the reason why we get to strengthen our hearts, and our minds, I mean, because if we do not strengthen our minds, madali tayong ma-distract, madali tayong magalit. And that distracts us from our most important work, which is to create impactful technology, right? So I want to zoom in inside our brains, right? Inside our brains, I'm gonna get a bit nerdy here, is a mechanism called the mirror neurons. So may mirror talaga akong dala, kung are in person to. So inside our brains, we have mirror neurons. What does the mirror neuron do? It copies the environment. And so have you noticed na during this pandemic, pag yung nanay mo or tatay mo anxious sa bahay, kahit kalma ka usually, parang nababaliw ka na rin. Diba? And that's really not your fault. It's inside our brains. The mirror neuron copies. And this is why anxiety, fear is contagious. It's contagious. Now, what happens when we feel fear and anxiety? I'm not saying we rub that off. No, it's part of being human. We get to feel it. But when we need to put food on the table, when we need to hustle, when we need to work, we need to learn how to manage this fear. And so today, here I bring to you 5 tips that you can use right now, today, to bring your cognitive mind back. Guys, it's really easy to feel lack of motivation these days, but know that every day is day 1. You can always start again. Baby steps, baby steps. And here are the 5 tips that you can use to jumpstart it. Number 1, learn the rules of the game you're playing. Learn the rules. If you're in UX, you're in crypto, fintech, e-commerce, what does the future look like based on the data set that you have, right? What does the future look like? Instead of panicking, well, after you panic, because I believe there's power in releasing. After you panic and be anxious, let's sit down together. Who do I need to be? Who do we need to be to get to where we want to be? And to get that, we have to first understand. So my way of doing this is to do a lot of research, talk to people who are on top of my career, and see what they think. Number 2, choose your allies. What does that mean? Di ba sabi ko kanina, we have mirror neurons. We copy people. Leverage natin to. Imagine if the 5 people closest to you are all powerhouses. Imagine if all of them are calm, they can talk to you in an honest way. Your career will jumpstart. This is the secret of places like Silicon Valley. It's not about California. It's not. It's about the people. And so if you can surround yourself with people that you can ally with, who share the same vision, values, that will allow you to stay calm during this time. Number 3, know your triggers. Self-awareness is the greatest power that you can have if you want to go far in your career. Because not knowing what triggers you, what makes you angry, your enemies can leverage that. So all of us here today, I want us to be aware. Ano yung mga things na napipikon ako agad? Or ano yung mga things na madali akong bulahin? Right? The more self-aware we are about ourselves, the more people cannot fool us. And that's how you win the game. When you go forward in your career, you'll meet a lot of people who will trigger your buttons. But if you know your buttons, they cannot trigger you. Number 4, prepare to be disappointed. It's easy to expect things from people, but as you may have known siguro sa school project, minsan, may mga school project ako dati, ako lang yung gumagawa, yung buong group, di ko alam kung nasan na. So if you can relate, yeah, let's laugh together. So in the past, ma-offend ako. Is it about me? Pinapersonalan ko siya. But as I study more in the field of psychology, I realized that you really can't change people. Sana madali. Sana talaga. Pero hindi. People will only change when they want to change. And so what we can do as professionals is to adjust our expectations and be prepared to be disappointed and be okay. And number 5, befriend uncertainty. Befriend uncertainty. The future is unknown. This year is a surprise. And so there is a lot of uncertainty, especially in our careers, di ba? Ako yung dati talaga, guys, if you can relate, may mga PowerPoint slides ako na visioning my next 20 years. Guys, wala nang use yung PowerPoints na yon. None of them really, not every step is nasunod. So because I really wanted to, because I want to be in control of my career. But here's the thing, uncertainty is the only certainty. And so I learned through experience that the best way that I can arm myself and stay calm is to be ready mentally, physically, and spiritually for the things that will come. So feel free to screenshot this and try practicing this at home. And here's one question I want to leave you with from the mental perspective, which is based on the data that you have right now. What do you think will happen in your space in the next 5 years? Okay, feel free to screenshot this and take it home after this talk. Next, okay, my favorite part, work ethics. How do we up our tech career? It's by upgrading our work ethics. So I want to share my story on how I got into psychology. So I graduated from very good school, Ateneo, for my undergrad, and I took up management economics. Now, it's a business degree, but it's not my biggest passion. My biggest passion since I was 9 years old, maybe some of you can relate, yung passion you for, let's say, design or creating things. Psychology was my thing, and I really wanted to pursue it, but my family dissuaded me. And so I entered a business degree. I didn't really like it, but I had to go through it. And yung mga scores ko, it's like accounting. I got a C+. It was really, really bad. And so how I shifted from a business degree to psychology was one pivotal moment. And that was the death of my mother. Yeah. Death woke me up. It showed me that life is finite and that we only have one life to use our skill sets. All of you here today sitting in front of the computer, I believe you have a God-given gift that you're meant to give to people. And if you keep ignoring that sound, it's only going to lead to regret. And so during the death of my mom, I woke up. I said to myself, I need to do something about my life that can impact people and impact lives in the way that only I can do. And so with one backpack and 2 luggages, I flew alone to California to pursue psychology. So for anyone here who has shifted careers, yung hindi kayo comsci dati or hindi kayo design, you entered from a totally irrelevant field, you would get this. So I entered the classroom, okay? Sobrang intimidating. Syempre, galing ako sa Asia. This was the US. And nakaupo ako doon. Like intro, isa-isa ang mga tao. Oh, I got the bachelor's in psychology, I got the bachelor's in neuroscience, and meanwhile, economics. So I felt very, very insecure. And I was like, oh my goodness, is there a way to back out? Maybe this is not my calling. But then after that first lesson, and the professor was talking, he was talking about mental health. He was talking about how there's a lot of things that can help people with loneliness, and it's in this space. I was like, Christine, throw imposter syndrome away. We're going to work. And for 3 years, I studied nonstop, day and night. I networked with professors, went to conferences, read things that I never knew before I entered psychology. And I graduated just a few months ago with a 4.0, which is a perfect GPA. This wouldn't be possible without hard work. And this is what I want to share with you guys. You can't deal with the hands you're dealt with. We are all given cards that sometimes we didn't choose, our families, where we were born and everything. But what we can do is to accept and take that energy of resentment and turn it into hard work. Hard work, hard work, hard work pays off. And if you want to go far in your career, whether it is to be the next top tech entrepreneur in the Philippines, in Silicon Valley, to be a top designer, you can do it. I believe in you. You just get to work. You just get to work. Adam Grant, organizational psychologist, he says, highly successful people have 3 things in common: motivation, ability, and opportunity. Ability. You can do anything you set your mind to. Anything. The price is hard work, and you can do it. Effort cannot happen without the right mindset. And so now I'm going to be giving you a practical tool that has changed my life on how you can work harder and start believing in yourself. And this is by Stanford psychologist Carol Dweck, her research on growth mindset. So you can screenshot this: fixed versus growth mindset. Fixed mindset is attaching yourself to the result. Growth mindset is attaching yourself to learning. This changed my life. Because in the past, I went to a Chinese school. So, syempre, yung metric of success namin, 100 over 100. So, if you get a 98, you're a failure. Something like that. And that was really toxic for me because I would easily get discouraged. But when I switched to growth mindset, where I attach my self-worth not to the results, but to the, may natutunan ako today. May natutunan ako. That's enough. And research found by Carol Dweck, she says, the top is where fixed mindset people hunger to be, but where many growth-minded people arrive as a byproduct of their enthusiasm for what they do. She also found that in growth mindset, you don't need confidence. You don't need. What you need is a mindset shift of I am here to learn. That's it. I am here to learn. She found from research that people who had this growth mindset are tackling problems, charting new courses, and working on important issues. She says, and I quote, maybe they haven't found the cure for cancer, but the search was deeply meaningful. Here, I remember all of our tech hero, most of us, Mr. Elon Musk. Imagine, guys, kung nag-give up na siya nung hindi siya pinansin ng mga investors, nung pinagtawanan siya ng mga tao. Imagine if he gave up, if he had the fixed mindset. We won't have Tesla, we won't have SpaceX, we won't have all of these amazing innovations. But because, and he's one of those people with a growth mindset, he believed in learning, he believed in hard work, he believed in persevering on the goal. Look where he is now. And the beautiful thing is, Elon Musk's brain is just like yours and like mine. If he can do it, we can do it. All it takes is this statement: I am a learner. Hindi ako proficient Python coder now. Hindi ako web dev na sobrang galing pa. But I can learn. Hindi ako tech entrepreneur pa na nasa Forbes. Hindi ako nag-IPO. But I can learn and I'll get there. I am a learner. The four words that strung together can be the most powerful, life-changing thing in your life. And I hope that you can take this home today. I am a learner. And lastly, I will end with compassion. It's expensive to work from a place of fatigue. Last na to, and then Q&A. Okay. Have you ever had a project before na sobrang antok ka na, like 2 hours ka lang natulog, tapos nag-work ka, tapos you slept and then you wake up and then you looked at that work and you're like, oh my God, kailangan kong ulitin lahat. Yeah? Yeah, I can relate because I also experienced that before. And that's one thing I learned from my experience. It's expensive to work from a place of fatigue. And so the key to a long, sustainable career for you and me is to have self-compassion. It's being thrown around a lot, self-care, self-compassion, but I want to dive deeper today and talk about what it really is. But before that, Christine Neff, one of the top researchers on self-compassion, so she did a lot of studies on people who had self-compassion and those who were critical on themselves, and she says self-compassionate people showed fewer anxiety symptoms and were more emotionally regulated. What that means is they're more resilient. So there is value in self-compassion. Now I'm going to dive in. What is self-compassion? Self-compassion is both yin and yang loving yourself. Yin and yang way. So in common words that we're throwing around a lot, it's yin compassion. Parang, oh, be affectionate, kain ka, mag-yoga ka, mag-plant ka, like gawa ka ng halaman farm. Like that is yin compassion, right? It's beautiful. It's about nurturing yourself, that motherly energy. But what people are missing out on, and today you learn, is yang compassion. Yang compassion is that fatherly compassion. Think of your uncle or your dad who's protective of you and who wants, like, siya yung unang mag-aaway sa ex mo. Yon, that's yang compassion. Yang compassion is something that we instill in ourselves where when we are underperforming, when we know we could work and we're just watching Netflix, that's the power, that compassion that says, girl, you can do much better. That's also compassion. Compassion is not sleeping all day. Compassion is doing what's best for you. Again, compassion is doing what's best for you. So the same in your career, if you feel like you're being bullied at work or may mga toxic workers ka, I hope that today we get to learn how to fight for ourselves and say, no, today's the last day you're gonna bully me. I'm gonna fight for myself. That is compassion. It's saying, I'm not gonna let you step on me. I'm not gonna let you disrespect me. That is compassion. And so combining both motherly and fatherly love that you create in yourself day by day, hindi to one day na pagising mo compassionate na. No, this is an everyday work. You get to slowly build the resilience that you need to go far in your tech career. And this is my last slide before the Q&A. I have one more slide, but the second to the last slide is compassion for others. The same compassion we have and we give to ourselves and the people we love, I hope that you also give for other people. We live in trying times. I know I don't have to keep saying it. You already know, I already know. And so people are operating from a place that may not be themselves. People are stressed, they're losing jobs, so many things going on. It can be you and me sitting here today who are facing those problems. And so compassion for others, being able to say, maybe that person needs a helping hand. Maybe I should reach out and bring some food for my friend or my boss kasi mukha talagang di na niya kaya. Compassion for others. That's how we grow stronger. It's not just ourselves, but in our careers, we need to take care of people because I believe it's the tribe that goes up together. We can't do this alone, guys. So let's take care of each other. Alagaan ng isa't isa. And this is the last slide. Last na talaga. You can screenshot this. Some actionable compassion activities that you can do for yourself and for your family. Breathe, take a few deep breaths a day, sleep, gratitude, and lastly, whatever brings you joy. Maybe it's watching a good film on Netflix, maybe it's drawing. This is up to you. So think about what brings you joy and makes you calm, right? So combining all of this, a strong mind, strong hands, work ethics, and a strong heart, you can up your tech career because it's up to you. And if you can leverage all of this, you have a great future ahead. All right. So now it's Q&A time. Feel free to screenshot this. Um, you can tweet me. This is my Twitter and my Instagram. If you have any questions that you're shy to ask, just reach out. All right. Thank you.
Hello, Christine.
Awesome.
Hi.
Hi.
Yeah, it's so nice to see you. I think the last time I saw you was a DevFest event also last
That
2017,
was like
right?
two years ago. Oh, it's a pleasure.
Yeah, thank you so much for your talk. Actually, I was taking down notes.
I'm
Really
glad.
inspiring. I really learned a lot from the talk today. Thank you,
I'm
actually.
glad.
This is
I'm
something
glad.
I needed during this time. So, totoo
I'm
nga,
glad.
no, really compassion is really the thing we need right now because of what's happening in the world. Like, all the negativities and stuff. So,
It's
yeah,
everything.
thank you for the talk so much. I really appreciate it. So, we have questions for you. And the first one is, how do I unwind and do recreational activities without feeling guilty that I'm not currently being productive?
Okay. First of all, I want to acknowledge your question because as an overachiever, yeah, it's you can be guilty. Parang sana nag-work na lang ako. Like, bakit ako magwa-water ng orchid ko? Pag pwede naman ako magtrabaho. It's first of all, it's normal. And number two, I want to tell you that all animals in the world rest except humans. We forget that we are animals. And so I want to let you know that resting is part of being human. Productivity is being able to integrate rest. Because if you don't rest, we are going to break down in the future, right? And it's not good for us and for our families. So, a way to reframe this is I'm resting so I can be more productive, not I'm resting and being unproductive. It's I'm resting so I can be productive. So, I hope that was helpful. Yeah.
Yeah, I was taking notes with your. I'm going to quote you. So resting is part of being human. So that's true. Sometimes we forget to rest and make ourselves exhausted, and we cannot be productive anymore, even if we like it. Yes.
Exactly.
So thank you, Miss Christine. I
Of
hope she
course.
answers your question. Do you have another one? So here it goes. Is it possible to advance my career without interacting too much with other people?
Oh my God, the $1 million question. There are days when I just want to read my book and not talk to humans too. So I can relate with you. It's really tiring. Uh, it's really tiring. So my answer to this is yes and no. Yes, you don't have to interact with people if you work on things like systems, like backend and everything. You can minimize, but also no because we still need to depend on each other. What we can do is to ask ourselves the question, what annoys us about people and how can we minimize that? Maybe you like interacting with smart people or with people from Silicon Valley, people who care about tech. Maybe it's not people, it's just certain people, right? So being able to ask yourself, like, what is annoying about people? Then we can filter it out. Oh, that was helpful.
It's funny. Yeah. All right. Thank you, Miss Christine.
Of
We
course.
have more questions.
Go
Here
for
it
it.
goes. So, my parents have been very toxic. How do I keep myself sane during this pandemic? I can't choose the people I'm with. How do I choose allies now?
Okay. Okay. The internet. That's how you choose your allies. If you can spend 10% of your time with your parents, because of course we need to respect them and we are a family, and but 90% we get to find people that we want to talk to and who can elevate us. So the internet is your tool. Communities like GDG, very strong. My Facebook group pa tayo, di ba?
Yes.
Communities on Reddit, on Twitch, marami, GitHub, like connecting with people who care about what you do, that will be very helpful. Personally, Twitter. I love Twitter. A lot of very, very driven people who also don't you know, like very boring things. They're all there. So, yeah, I believe you can create allies online.
Yes naman. Tama, 'di ba? Kasi we're like in a virtual settings most of the time right now, so
Oh,
we can't do physical interaction. So thanks. Yeah.
exactly.
Okay, the next one is, how do you deal with someone, especially relatives, who discourage you from your dreams?
This is tough. Ano ba tong questions, guys? Parang lahat nafe-feel ko rin. Okay. So,
Relatable kasi.
relatable kasi. So, my answer to this is boundaries. Boundaries. To be able to succeed, you have to love what you do. I do believe in that based on studies of a lot of successful business leaders and scientists. They love what they do. And so, if you can communicate to your relatives that you achieving your dream is best for the family, because you can provide better, being able to frame it that way, maybe they will accept it. But if they don't, you have to question yourself. What are your values, right? Do you really want to please your relatives more because you care about harmony more, or do you want to help people through your career? So it's really up to you. But if you really want to cut that thread, I would say strong boundaries and having a strong support system at the end. Kasi maraming nagkakamali dito is they cut the cord with their family, tapos walang nagsasalo sa likod. Wala. So that creates loneliness. So dapat, if you really want to cut the cord, I'm not encouraging anything here, but if you really want to cut the cord, make sure you have a support system waiting for you at the end. Maybe it can be friends, mentors, friends, but just have at least one person who you can talk to after you cross that bridge, right? If you really need to. But yeah, that's it.
Nice. Wow. Yeah, support system is very important, no?
It's everything. Yeah.
Okay, another one. So, come keep your questions coming, guys. I think
Go
this is
lang.
very interesting kasi talaga. And then,
Yes, and we have so
Ritos.
much time.
Yeah,
Yeah.
we have time. Okay. Is there any way to find out if my behavior is negatively affecting my peers when no one has called me out?
My first question we're asking is to ask you, what is making you care so much about what your peers are thinking? That's it. What's making you care?
Ooh.
Um, yeah, that's it. What is making you care? And if the answer to that question is something that you really care about, then the way is to communicate with them. Uh, Straight out, like, hey, I did something, I'm afraid that I may have offended you, what do you think? But before we get into that, in some ways, people pleasing mode, I hope we get to ask ourselves first, like, why are we caring, right? And from there we get to enter. Yeah.
Nice, nice.
Awesome.
Wow. Okay, another one.
Go
From your
lang.
observation with our local culture and from the US, how prevalent is the fixed mindset, and what do you think is the most common cause of propagation of this way of thinking?
Okay. Ah, oh my, I can talk all day. But fixed mindset, okay, just let me rehash this for people who just came in. Fixed mindset is basically attaching your self esteem to the goal. And so when you don't reach your KPI and your objective, you just become very not confident and you just hide in your Netflix cave. Okay, that's fixed mindset. And so, based on my observation, it is very prevalent. Prevalent means very common. It is very common. Why? Because of, unfortunately, our existing education system a lot of ways na pag it's created that way, the system. Di ba? Pag bagsak ka, nakakahiya. Color red yung mark. Hindi pa nga blue or black ball pen, red. Wala, nakakahiya talaga bumagsak. So, syempre, there's shame, right? So, that is so common across the world. And so, what do you think is the most common cause? It's cultural. It's cultural. And so the good thing about this is Carol Dweck, the scientist that I talked about, she has a whole program on instilling growth mindset in schools. Nangyari na siya ngayon sa US, and I hope we get to bring it to Asia, which is basically teaching kids that it's okay to fail. What's important is you keep learning. So I'm optimistic that moving forward, we're going towards the growth direction. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Nice. Okay. Next again. Okay. How was your experience on moving from a high same ethnic demographic population, Asia, to a high diversity population, the US, that contributed to your growth?
Okay. Wow. So I am kind of assuming the person asking this wants to move. I'm hinting it. I will tell you that it changed my life. Yeah. To be surrounded by, because I lived in LA, there were over 150 nationalities all living in one land. So it opened my eyes and made me become more compassionate as a person. Now, before kasi, at least in my culture, kung yung grandparents ko, they see someone na, kung yung buhok pink, sasabihin na niya, ay, weird yan, wag mo pansinin, ganon. That was because they grew up in a very, homogenous society, which is awesome as well. But when I went to the US and I saw, there was one time I was in a cafe, tapos may pumasok na mukhang Star Wars. February to, di pa Halloween na. Like, just really weird, eccentric people. And so living in a place like that where there's so much diversity made me more compassionate as a person. I learned that everyone comes from different backgrounds. And so before judging them, I first understand where they come from. So it definitely changed me. It softened me. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Grabe, I'm learning from your experience personally.
Yeah. I'm
Very,
glad.
very on point answers, right? So,
I'm glad.
okay, I think we could move on to the next question.
Game.
Okay, what are some concrete steps in order to attain self compassion?
Very great question. Very great question. The first step is self awareness. Notice when you fail at something, even something micro. Let's say naiwan mo susi mo, or internally galit ka sa parents mo kasi ang ingay nila at 5 a.m. and then you start feeling guilty na hindi dapat ako magagalit. That guilt, that's not self-compassion. And so being able to, first of all, be aware of when you are not self-compassionate, when you are critical of yourself. In those moments, we shift it. You say, oh, I'm not being self-compassionate. Sabihin mo, it's normal that I'm feeling annoyed. It's okay. It's okay. It's really normal. I mean, it's 5 a.m. Ang ingay talaga eh. It's okay. Don't have to be guilty. Something like that. So being aware of when you are not self-compassionate and then shifting it. Number two, this is what I practice whenever I feel, because I am a lone bird. I fly around alone. And so there are days when I'm really lonely, even now alone here in Taipei. And so what I do before I sleep is I say, I love you to myself. Very weird, but it works. I just say, Christine, what a day. It's been tough. I love you. We did our best. So same for you. It's very cheesy, but it works. Just saying I love you to yourself. Now, you're working during this pandemic. You're attending to this talk. This is great. So being able to say that and say, yeah, we did well today. So using we to say talk to yourself, it helps a lot. So there we go. Yeah,
Noted. That's noted.
that's
I
no
love
problem.
myself.
Yeah, love yourself.
Yeah.
It's okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
We have more, I guess.
Go lang.
Okay. How can you cope with negative feelings in the workplace? Example, office politics. Like you're doing the best you can, but it's not getting recognized.
Okay. So this is two separate questions, I think. The first is how can you cope with negative feelings in the workplace? This is very common among us. especially when there's a lot of micro and passive aggressions. So how you can cope is self-compassion and release the anger. Release the anger, guys. Release. Sumigaw ka sa pillow. Sumigaw ka. Like, be angry. Like, listen to Linkin Park. Like, release it. You don't have to be like calm. It's okay to be angry. Because as I said earlier, as I said earlier, people don't change unless they want to change. So, as much as possible, you'll have to deal with this annoying person for a while to keep our jobs, right? And so, release the anger somewhere else. That's very important. Number two, like you're doing your best, but it's not getting recognized. I am remarkable. This is the workshop that we host here at GDG. So, speak up. If you can search this in your free time, I am remarkable. It's a workshop. Basically, it's practice saying your accomplishments without feeling hiya. Practice. If you did it, you did it. So it comes off something like this: boss, today I accomplished 2 apps. This is such a wrong metric. I know no one can do that in one day, maybe some, but anyway, just you get it. Just 2 metrics. Say it straight out. Your voice, be firm, guys. Hindi yung pwede, ay, ito yung nagawa. No, no. Confidence. Ito yung ginawa na ko today. This is the report. Speak from a place of I did it. Speak of a place of I'm professional. And so slowly your peers will start respect you if you carry yourself with dignity and with self-respect. So that's my answer. Yeah.
Okay. Noted. Wow. Yeah,
Yeah.
actually, that's the good thing about the I am remarkable session that we had earlier, right? It's actually promoting self-confidence to each people.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
yes, guys, let's all be confident and love ourselves, right?
Absolutely.
Okay, more. Let's have
Go
more.
yeah.
Okay. How can one initiate or adapt a growth mindset in a team?
Mm. This is great question. Thank you to whoever is saying this. You are a great leader. Thank you. We need more like you. How? By praising the process, not only the results. What do I mean? It's not you don't praise you praise people, let's say gagawa siya ng website, ang ganda ng website. So, wow, ang ganda ng website. That's results praising. Process praising is wow, I see how hard you worked and how you really searched Google and Reddit and all these sources just to create this website for us. Thank you. That's process praising. And the thing with rewards is people do the things that they get rewarded to. So feedback loop yan. So when they feel appreciated for their hard work, they will keep doing it. So growth mindset starts with the words we say to our team. Like, good job, guys, for stepping up today's Slack, for chatting. Thank you. Just being more process oriented rather than only praising people when they finished a KPI. So that's how we start.
Oh, nice. Nice one.
Awesome. Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Can we flash the next question?
Yes. Let's go.
I'm a yes type person, but recently my plate is full that I can't help anyone. Problem is it problem is it's hard for me to say no, and now I'm getting burnt out from everything. Any advice?
Oh my God, my dear empath. You are an empath. My dear. Oh, ano ba? Oh, you are one of the most loving persons for even asking this. And it's amazing. I know you are a person who loves a lot. I can feel it without seeing you. And so, my answer to this is love yourself as much as you love others. Yeah. I mean, saying no is hard, but for once, do something for yourself. I urge you. I hope you do it. It's really hard, but it takes practice, right? At first, parang, ay, baka di na ako gustuhin pag nag-no ako. But that is prioritizing other people, right? So when you start prioritizing yourself, you say, I say no, and it's okay. It's okay. And you slowly get better at it. So the answer to this is boundary setting. There's a good book on this. It's called Boundaries. And you can learn on how to say no. Mahirap to, especially sa Pinas. Parang ang hirap talaga mag-no eh. Parang yes, tapos mag-ghost na lang. Parang hindi darating. So let's say no more. Let's say no more. And dear, yeah, you deserve to love yourself. That's my answer.
Yeah, I could also
Yeah.
add to that kasi because of culture as well, right? It's hard
Yeah.
to say no. Given that here, actually in the Philippines, it's not really that easy to say no, no, right? And then sometimes it will be taken against you.
Oo.
So actually, this is a process. Me myself, it's hard to say no. Sometimes I always say yes, and I really get the feeling of burnt out. So it's a process of learning to say no. Yeah. So
You're absolutely correct. You got this.
yep. Okay. Kaya mo yan. Love yourself.
Yes.
All right. Okay. Next. Is it working to take a long break or hiatus from everything because you felt like you're losing yourself? Is it wrong? Sorry. Is it wrong to take a long break or hiatus from everything because you felt like you're losing yourself?
Okay, I'm just gonna give a one question. I'm just gonna throw you one question, and that is, what does your gut say? If your gut says it's wrong, it's wrong. If it says it's not wrong, I need to take care of myself, it's time to take care of yourself. Yeah, that's it. Listen to your body. Remember, you are the hardware. When the hardware is worn off, we cannot do anything. Health is priority. And so if your body says, hindi na talaga natin kaya, we need a short break, then let's go for it. That's it.
Self awareness. Self
Yes.
awareness. Okay. Last question.
Great.
Okay. We have last question. Oh, okay. So that is the last question. I mean, so that ends our Q&A. Thank you, Miss Christine, for sharing your
Wonderful.
insights. Actually, really helpful. Personally, it's really relatable, this topic. So, I hope the people also watching had their or their reaction na laughing because of the situations that you shared.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank
Miss
you.
Christine, are you okay to answer one more question? May pahabol daw eh.
Go lang. Go lang.
Okay. So the question is, how do you deal with imposter syndrome? The feeling of despite working really hard and having achieved a lot, or maybe not, you
Mm.
still don't feel enough. Enough. How do you feel enough?
Oh, I sigh like this because this is, I sometimes feel it too. I do feel it too. So I'm gonna share from personal experience on how I go through it. I first tell myself that I am enough. It's affirmation. So this is backed by psychology. The words we speak to ourselves is our life. And so if I say I am enough, I am enough, I am enough, I start believing it. I am enough. So you can practice, write it down. I am enough. I am enough. I am enough. So when you're calmer, you say, what do I need to do to get to where I want to go? What is the skill set that I need? Right? So being practical and at the same time empathetic. This two has to go together. So ano yung skill set na kulang ko? Let's say today you got in, let's say not Facebook, let's say Google, right? You got in day one mo sa trabaho. Tapos you look around you, just ko, grabe po mga genius. What am I doing here? Right? If you feel it, you're not alone. And so the way to calm yourself down, if that's the situation, you say, I am enough. No, people trust me. I'm here for a reason. I'm right where I need to be. Now, what do I need to work on? Ano yung pinaka weak spot ko? Let's say it's CSS, baka ba kulang ako sa TensorFlow, like what do I need to work on? And then spend time working on it. Confidence comes from competence. I do believe in that. Slowly, when you build competence, you start feeling more confident. Pero at first talaga, it's normal to feel imposter syndrome. And so to wrap everything up, number one, first affirm yourself. I am enough regardless of my job. I am enough as a human being. And number two, honest assessment. ano yung kulang ko ngayon professionally. Hindi sa pagkatao ano yung kulang ko sa work, right? And then you work on it. Detaching yourself from work. That's the healthy way to do it. Yes.
All right. Thank you so much, Miss
Awesome.
Christine. So pasabog
Thank
na question
you.
for the last question. Thank you for
Wonderful.
giving us your time this Sunday. So
Of course.
that's the end of the Q&A session for this breakout session. And actually, thank you again, Miss
Welcome.
Christine. So
Thank you.
I'll welcome the my co-host now. So thank you so much, Miss
Thank
Christine.
you, dear. Thank you. You're amazing too. Thanks for facilitating.
Wow,
Yes.
grabe.
Grabe
Grabe
na-inspire.
naman ang look at my
Yes.
notes, actually, it's 2 pages na.
Grabe
Sobrang
na-overwhelm ako sa
natuwa
talk
ako.
and then
It's really relatable, right,
yeah.
partner?
And then yung questions, grabe. Very
Yeah, very,
relatable rin.
very, very relatable. So
Yeah.
thank you guys for posting your
Thank you.
questions. We hope you got the answer that you wanted to hear, and we hope na you learned from it. So guys, that was actually the last talk for this session. So let's congratulate ourselves for staying this long to this this breakout session.
Pat
Pat
on the back.
yourself, love yourself. Yeah, kasi we chose to learn, no? We chose to
Mhm.
improve ourselves, to invest ourselves, sabi nga ni Miss Christine kanina. So I thank
Yeah.
myself for staying here and accepting this gig, actually, this
Yeah.
hosting. So thank you everyone. Thank you for those who joined us, who our speakers, our team.
Mhm.
Thank you guys for facilitating this. Thank you for sharing your insights, and everyone who joined us in this call, right, partner?
Yes,
So
partner.
they can share their thoughts in our social media platform.
Yeah, I'm sure everyone is really overwhelmed and inspired by our very last talk. So it's great or it's amazing if all of us can have our discussions on our social media sites, so we can each read through all your reflections, all your insights, not just on today's talk but also on our previous talks for this breakout session. So I'm really thankful for everyone who joined us here, right, partner? So
Yes,
um,
yes.
yeah, we're
Thank you.
really grateful and we really appreciate each and every one of you for joining with us today. And again, don't forget to share with us using the hashtag hashtag DevFest Philippines 2020, hashtag Google Developers, and hashtag DevFest. And also, don't forget to send us your feedback for today's event.
Yeah,
So
so we have the link.
yeah, yeah,
If you guys go to that link, you could put your feedback, share with us your thoughts, and then we'll pick there. We could actually get there who will be the winner of the Google Home Mini. You can confirm your attendance there. So
mhm,
um I think it's very, I'm still smiling right now because
yeah,
the feeling of being inspired, like women in tech, it's not really the common thing, diba? And
mm-hmm,
I'm really thankful we had these kinds of talks, a community to
mm-hmm,
people of where we could talk like this, like-minded people, they say.
mm-hmm,
Now we could share our thoughts, be open. So guys, very important yon. So that's why we have our communities out there. You could join
mm-hmm.
our GDG pages, GDG community groups sa Facebook. Social media, we have some of us have Twitter, Google Plus. So you could add us there, and then we have some links for you guys to check it out. So you could join us in that different communities para naman we could share, even if after this event we could still connect,
Yeah.
share ideas with each other. If you wanted to talk with us, okay, you could message us there, right, partner?
Yeah, that's right. So, like also mas what Miss Christine mentioned, it's great to have a community that you could rely on. So, if you feel like you're alone, always remember that there's the internet. Do you have a lot of friends on the internet? You just need to choose the right group for you, the right mentors for you, so that I observe that most of us are experiencing imposter syndrome, right? So
Yes.
it's a
Oh.
great reminder to everyone that you are remarkable. Yeah.
Correct, correct. Right.
Okay.
So I think this wraps up our breakout session for day two. We actually still have talks in the plenary session, so you guys could visit it.
Mhm.
You could try. It's actually posted in GDG Philippines page, so you could check the live there. There, we have talks about accelerating. Accelerating model training, speed using distributed training with TensorFlow.
Mhm.
So those guys interested with artificial intelligence, machine learning, so you could go there. And also we encourage everyone actually to get go back to the plenary, because this is where that's where we will announce the winners of our
Yes.
social media contest, right?
Yeah,
So
so again, you'll be receiving one gift bundle, three Awangan drip coffee bags, grab vouchers, and your virtual photo booth package, courtesy of MB and Photo Studio. So don't forget to keep posting, keep sharing your experiences with us here at DevFest 2020.
yes, and don't forget, after the plenary talks, we have the virtual party.
Yes.
So let's have fun, like virtually. Like it's not necessary we have to be physically together to have a
Yeah.
party. So let's celebrate there. We'll see you guys in that later. So right now, we encourage everyone to go back to the plenary and then watch the ongoing talk there. So again, thank you. I'm Rosel
Thank
from
you.
GDG Baguio.
And I'm Eliza from GG Caliente Oro. Thank
And
you, everyone.
together we thank you, everyone. See you again next
Thank you.
year.
See you.
Yes.
Bye.
Bye.